Hello, everyone. I first and foremost want to apologize for those of you that were watching and waiting for the virtual stream of our first session with Poppy Gustafson. Unfortunately, we had some errors and issues in the studio. However, that will be available for you to watch and view afterwards. So, thank you very much for being here at our COGX hybrid virtual hybrid International Festival. I'm not sure what we call this right now, but anyways, welcome to COGX 2021. And if you want to hashtag that when you're tweeting, it is hashtag COGX 2021. And if you actually want to tweet and add in COGX, it is COGX underscore festival. But now we've got that underway. Let's just say it probably was a really fascinating discussion. That first session, unfortunately, I also, being virtual, did not get to view it at all. So I'm just going on what I think was said. And the fact is, right now, we know that with this hybrid festival, there's just another way that we're stepping into the future and addressing a question, which is what this conference is about. How do we get the next 10 years right? And right now, that's what we're going to do. We're going to try and do that in our cyber and defense stage here, the best stage of the 18, by the way. My name is Suki Fuller, and I'll be your MC of this cyber and defense stage for the next few days. And, well, it's important that you really remember one, safety. So if you're at home, make sure you're not stepping on any Lego, falling out your own window or anything like that. You know where your own restroom is. We've got that out of the way. So health and safety check done. But more importantly, the questions that you want to ask throughout this session are, well, put them in the chat. If you're watching on any platform, put them in the chat. Make sure that you get them to us. You can even tweet them, and we'll try and get them as quickly as possible to our hosts and moderators. And as we're virtual, just a reminder, there's some excellent companies that are exhibiting in our booths right now. So if you go on Hopin and you're looking at the exhibition, please do check them out because they do need your support as they have been virtual and they don't get those eyes and those hands on their products or get to talk to you face to face on the actual site. So please do that. It'd be great to support them. We do want to thank our COGX partners, Accenture, BT, gonna have to look at my notes now, Visa, and Quantum Black. But in particular, we'd love to thank Cylon as it is the sponsor and partner for our cyber and defense team and stage here. And well, we all know that existential threats and the unpredictable horizon is the name of the session. And Beth Singler is one of the most talented AI fellows at Cambridge University. She won't claim that, but she's going to be here and she's going to be moderating this current session. So please, over to you, Beth, and your guests.
Thank you so much, Suki. I am absolutely delighted to introduce this panel we have for you today. We have Jaya Balu, currently Chief Information Security Officer at Avast Software. She has worked in the cybersecurity area for nearly 20 years, and she won the Cybersecurity Executive of the Year Award in 2015 and is one of the top 100 influencers in the field. Dr. Robert Hurcock is Chief Research Scientist for BT's Security Research Practice. He has over 20 years' experience in managing security research projects in the UK and was Theme Leader for Networks and Cybersecurity in the UK MOD Information Fusion Defence Technology Centre. Dr. Clarissa Rios Rojas is a Research Associate at the Centre for the Study of Existential Risk right here in Cambridge, where she works at the interface of science and policymaking at the project A Science of Global Risk. She is a Peruvian scientist that started her career as a researcher on molecular biology, neurosciences, biomedicine, and developmental biology. Thank you all for joining with me today for this panel. I'm super excited about hearing all your expertise. We're going to start off first. I believe, Clarissa, you have some slides and a talk for everyone, and then we'll move on to some questions for the panel. Thank you.
If you could confirm that you can see my slide now? Yeah, all good. Okay. Hello, I'm Clarissa Rios Rojas. I work in a center where we are dedicated to the study and mitigation of risks that could lead to human extinction or civilization collapse. And for today's presentation, I would like to focus on a recent publication I made together with the World Economic Forum Global Future Council on Frontier Risks. You can find this white paper. It's called Policy Pathways for an Economic Transformation. And the section where I have been contributing is section 6, Preparing for Frontier Risks in the New Economy. So you may be wondering, what are frontier risks? Well, you may have heard about rhinos and black swan events in the risk sphere. Well, in this chapter, we spotlight a unique kind of risk alongside the predicted and the almost impossible to predict. Frontier risks emerge at the frontier as technology surface or human and societal forces shift. These risks are characterized by their unknown likelihood, unknown impacts, or both. There are at least 4 critical realms in which humans are advancing and for which there is more limited understanding of whether, when, and how a specific risk will emerge. So number 1 will be advancing into new territorial and geographic frontiers, examples through space exploration, reaching ecological and environmental boundaries through geoengineering, for example, expanding frontiers in human communications through social networks and AI, and reaching new human technology frontiers through genetic enhancement. So in this white paper, what you're going to find is this matrix where we are localizing different types of frontier risks that we have identified. So some of them may be you may have heard about them already: militarization of space, genetic engineering enhancement, AI weaponry, human engineered pandemics, bioweapons, or the risk of AI superintelligence. So we believe that while decision makers must confront the risk of all categories, frontier risks require exploration for 3 different reasons. Number 1, the early warning signs are often subtle and difficult to detect. Number 2, these risks are less likely to be understood beyond a niche group of experts. And number 3, the uncertainty means they could manifest at any point with any magnitude. So in this white paper, you may find pathologies for risks that are common for all these frontier risks, but I would like to finish my presentation indicating some of the recommendations that we do in order to how to confront this frontier risk. Number 1 will be to use horizon scanning and tools and institutions to expand the risk universe. And we can do that by leveraging existing lists of risks as starting points. For example, in the UK, we have the Public National Risk Registry. And we could also use methodologies such as Delphi groups, which convene expert panels to consult on a particular issue or offer future scenario possibilities. Number 2 will be to explore organizations that focus on risk with uncertain characteristics. For example, our center, the Center for the Study of Existential Risk, the Center of the Future Intelligence, Future of Humanity Institute, Future of Life Institute, etc. We have different experts on different fields, and we have already some experience on policy engagement, so please contact us. Number 3 will be to call out and test assumptions, and we could do this by developing task forces composed of diverse cross-sectoral experts. We could also invite senior experts to peer review crisis or management decisions in a scenario-based exercise, as maybe you heard about red teaming. And we should also maintain a direct line between risk managers and on-the-ground workers, because they are the ones that identify weak cues at the very beginning. Number 4 will be to identify and prioritize responsible actors where possible. So once risks are identified, we should target specific agencies to monitor and develop preparedness tactics for specific frontier risks. Number 5, develop and communicate scenarios in a different way. And for that, you could use new narratives or extrasensory tools that could be art, gaming, or even virtual reality. 6, invest in a coordinating government body to oversee risk management and resilience. And this could be seen as risk units, creating frontier risk arms within your institution, and have a champion of foresight to oversee risk. Train workforce in risk management. And the last one will be to consider resilience financing, to build strategies for overcoming risk pathology into business models. For example, ensuring long-term frontier costs are incorporated into our current plans. So with that, I would like to say thank you, and I look forward to your questions. And just to point out to our recent publication about pathways to linking science and policy in the field of global risk. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Clarissa. It's a very comprehensive overview of the area and responses. I'd like to open it up to the other two panelists now if you have any immediate responses to the presentation, or if you have any questions or particular comments that you want to make on that.
I like your point 5 in particular, Clarissa, about the narratives and extrasensory tools. We have a wide range of VR, AR, augmentation reality type capabilities now, and we have to start using those to enhance decision making. Too often we end up in groupthink, and then also the narrative point that we forget how to construct a narrative that everyone can engage in. And that's a comment to that point. Jaya, if you want to comment.
Yeah, no, so I wanted to say that I think it's really interesting to explore the dual-sided nature of pretty much every technology. So understanding that the predominant initiation for a lot of technologies that it's going to do a lot of good, but understanding the counter side and really being able to do that with a bit of academic rigor, examining every single technology consistently for what is that dual use potential, and really trying to harness the best stuff that would have a positive influence on society.
Yeah, I wonder if we could raise another subject there as well, the role of trust in preparing for risk. Robert, would you like to speak to that?
Sure, yeah. It's one of my favorite topics, strangely enough. But what I worry about is one of the problems of the internet, the way we've gone, is a massive increase in disinformation, noise, fake news, fake information. And an example would be if we go back in time to, say, the 1980s, the world then faced an existential risk, which was the depletion of the ozone layer. From the 70s into the 80s, we begin to sense the problem. The scientific community identified it. A solution was proposed. We understood it was the CFC gases causing it. And amazingly, the world came together, political decisions were taken, and the Montreal Protocol 1987 agreements were reached and then abided by. And that problem is largely being addressed, with a few exceptions. So that was possible. So that was a really nice textbook example of how we can address existential risk. But the key factor there is trust. There was trust within the scientific community, trust within the communication from the science to the policy making. We had a relatively higher trust environment. And I worry now that one of the issues of the whole cybersecurity domain is it's dissolving that trust, the bonds of trust that exist within society. And unfortunately, that's critical in this existential risk context, because we won't be able to identify the potential risk that's emerging, as Clarissa was indicating earlier, that just identifying what the risk is can be extremely challenging. So you need to trust the sensory process, and then trust between the actors when you reach a protocol, reach a decision, that all actors are going to abide by whatever the decision is. So this trust dimension is not technical as such. We may look at technical solutions, so it's going to be a challenging process to actually bring forward and actually achieve a mechanism to do so. Maybe we have a global blockchain aligned around major risk parameters, but identifying the issue and responding to it is going to need better trust models, I think.
Does anyone want to come in on that or move on to another topic? No, okay. So I think sometimes with some of these risk issues, particularly around the kind of amorphous understanding the public has of cybersecurity, particular examples are really useful. So the Colonial Pipeline attack recently, I think perhaps Jaya, if you could explain why that's an important example and what actually happened and what we can learn from it as well.
Well, so there's a couple of things. So I'm not sure if everyone's aware of the Colonial Pipeline attack, but what happened was you basically had a group, and we've given attribution to Russia for having a cybercrime group, and they were using ransomware as a service. So basically a software platform that anyone can log into, pay, and then execute attacks from that platform. And this particular platform was then used by a host of different cyber criminals, but hosted as a service by one. And this platform was then used to attack Colonial Pipeline, which is a pipeline that produces and then transports oil towards the entire eastern seaboard of the United States. So what they had was an attack which didn't allow them to continue their production process. And in order to ensure that the attacker wasn't going to cause some sort of physical disruption, they had to shut down the entire thing for several days. On the eastern seaboard of the US, they declared a state of emergency, so the impact was pretty high and pretty significant. And what they finally wound up doing was paying roughly $5 million in order to get a decryption key to be able to get back into business. Now, the impact of this is far-reaching. It points to several different things. The fact that we don't know about attacks. This is a piece of critical infrastructure. This is, if not state-sponsored, at least state-harbored cybercrime, that it is incredibly difficult to detect in the wild, and it's highly successful for actually getting this financial incentivization for the victim to pay, because the cost, 4 million, is nothing when you take a look at the total revenue of a couple of 100 million of such an oil pipeline. So they'll happily pay these kinds of things. And it also becomes really worrying when you understand they don't just get the decryption key to go and get back into business, but they also have this possibility now to basically take that stolen data and put it online at any time. There's no honor amongst thieves. Once you pay these cyber criminals, there's no guarantee that they'll do the good things, step away and step back. So I think it points a whole bunch of systematic errors and malfunctions that we haven't been able to address excuse me, in cybersecurity.
Now, is that classed as an existential threat? Because in terms of direct impact to human lives, is that something we also need to think about gradations of categories as well?
Absolutely, because again, it's about the crossover to the physical. There are a few attacks that can actually, have this kinetic shift. But when we're talking about critical infrastructure, we're also talking about the hospitals. We're also talking about nuclear installations. We're talking about all of this critical infrastructure, which these days doesn't have enough of an air gap, if you will, between the technology, the human, and then actual accessibility from a logical perspective. So we've really crossed these lines to the extent of which our entire society, and we've seen that with COVID-19, we're incredibly dependent on everything that is digitally connected. So I would see it as a looming threat where we're not always confident that we understand where the heck it's coming from and what it actually means for our society as a whole. Another example is the SolarWinds attack, which we're going to talk about later. We don't understand how interconnected we all are. We have no idea. So these tiny little software companies, out of nowhere, there's an attack and suddenly, oh my God, hundreds of companies, multiple government agencies have a fallout from that. So, yeah.
Does anyone want to follow up on that? Okay. I said it's sometimes useful to have a direct example for public understanding, but we're living through a direct example at the moment of a global existential risk. So this is likely also not the last one. How can we prepare for such large-scale natural events? Clarissa, with your background in biological sciences, do you think there's anything particular that we can do to prepare for for future and forthcoming pandemic events?
Yes, I think what we all have to put in our minds is that there is no three top solutions, but it's more like a holistic group of solutions. And I see that from the COVID-19 crisis, there are many lessons at a global level, local level that we can learn from. And I think that incorporating this into the curricula of early, as early as secondary school to talk about why people was not wearing the mask, what were the consequences of that, and even coming up with the idea of some colleagues at CSER are doing to create an artistic presentation in a museum to show and showcase how the impact of COVID has been seen in different parts of the world, and also incorporate it into the curriculum of universities to talk more about global catastrophic risks. Now it was a natural pandemic, but what will happen if it would have been a human-engineered pandemic? And I think there are many efforts that have been seen during these pandemics, as well as, for example, in Africa, how many different countries unite together in order to get better prices for medicine and supplements that they needed for the hospitals. And there are many lessons from here and there that we could use. And the other thing that I think that we should strengthen is the trust in the scientific knowledge and how we can have our citizens and policymakers as our allies. And I think that requires a lot of, as you were saying before, a lot of trust building. And that can only happen with innovative ways to present our research. For example, some months ago, we did comics for a bioengineering foresight paper that is very technical, but then bringing it to future scenarios of how the future could look like. It's a good way to interact with different people. And also, we are all in September, we're producing workshops where we bring policymakers, decision makers with academics to think together, how do we want this trust building to start?
Yeah, Robert.
So Beth, I mean, a specific example was last year when the COVID crisis started in the UK. BT suffered from a large number of arson attacks against mobile base station towers, where people believed it was a 5G tower, and they've been told through the disinformation online that 5G was causing COVID, that the radiation from 5G has some kind of connection, which is complete pseudoscience nonsense that was being spread through the internet. Which again is an example of there was an erosion of trust taking place between society and the scientific community. So if you amplify that going forward, and we do have a future existential risk crisis, just that social to decision-making process has to be reinforced or made stronger somehow.
We see it happening again, of course, with the vaccine rollout. We have an enormous amount of people who are not yet vaccinated, but also never want to be. So I think we have this fundamental dilemma of disinformation, which is used as a tool, which could actually be a reason or a root cause of some other manifestation of an existential crisis.
Yeah, I think it's important to think more about the role of narratives. One thing I wanted to bring up in regards to our perceptions of artificial intelligence in particular is whether we should be more concerned about examples of artificial stupidity where AI goes wrong because of human error, or the more exponential view that even Boris Johnson, our PM here, spoke about when he spoke to the UN. He talked about the pink-eyed Terminator bots. Well, I will correct him; they're red-eyed. But is it a danger as well that the narratives that form online and are shared about the future of artificial intelligence, much as we see with the misinformation about COVID, actually distract and get in the way of actual concerns about rogue AI and technical security? Wants to follow? Yeah, Robert?
So, I never lose sleep over Terminators. I do lose sleep over people misusing AI in a context where it shouldn't be applied. So, there are many states looking at application of autonomous weapons platforms or advancing malicious scientific users using machine learning and AI capabilities, but then it's not the AI that's the problem, it's human beings doing something stupid with the AI. So I like this term, artificial stupidity. It sums up, there's nothing wrong with the underlying technology, it's what human beings are doing with it. But I don't think Terminator is what we have to worry about. Misuse of that technology is the key factor.
Beth, if I can give an example, the thing that we talked about before, I think it's really, when we take a look at things like that, it's about things like quantum computing, where we know that there is a really cool technology coming up that would have a lot of scientific application and potentially solve some fundamental scientific challenges. It's not going to be there for everyone, but this also presents a fundamental threat because we know that there are already algorithms that would actually deprecate the current algorithm set that we use now. For things like encryption, which we use every day for our banking and to actually establish trust between companies and governments, et cetera. And if we look at the quantum computing threat, I think that is actually something that we haven't yet understood because it presents this potential for supremacy by certain nation states above others who may not have access or the ability to have such technology. So I would see like the equitable access to certain technologies also posing a fundamental threat.
Yeah. Clarissa, do you want to come in on that?
Yes. So something that came to my mind immediately was the term of epistemic security. In the same way, like we have cybersecurity, biosecurity, epistemic securities, to make sure that the knowledge that we are producing is going to be untouchable because it's going to be reaching the citizens in a way that it was produced and not as fake news or like using part of it in order to distort some facts. And I think that's quite important for all the efforts that we are doing together with all the efforts on ethical, as my colleague also mentioned, that ethics should be important part of our mission on how to prepare for frontier risks.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Yeah, I think Clarissa's presentation laid out some really useful steps, but what would an existential risk toolkit for companies look like? What sort of preparations would be needed to get ahead of these sort of problems, the unknown unknowns, I suppose? To come on that.
Should I just start? I think every company has, some risk and compliance management practice, and usually what they start doing is start with like a risk appetite assessment by determining what are the risks that we already know about, and they do the usual thing. But I think they don't always take into account all of the potential additional existential risks that would actually form or constitute a fundamental continuity risk for that company themselves. And we have to make sure that they're equipped to do that, because I don't feel that that future or frontier risk space is something that's necessarily explored. And it's usually much more short-term thinking that's done at the board level rather than the longer term. And, I think those are the kinds of things that, like, if I would think about a toolkit, it would be about how do you systematically engineer that kind of thinking within the processes of a company in order to discuss them at board level.
Yeah, Robert?
Yeah, so going back to Clarissa's point about narrative, a way of doing that is through storyboarding for the board, the executive policyholders, such that they can envisage what's possible. Often, as I said, there's very short-term thinking usually. So to make that longer term, you need to engage people who can tell stories, narrative. And specific point I'll come on to later is the whole issue of diversity, mental and cultural diversity in the group. Often we focus on the race, gender issue, brilliant. But we don't actually think, how are people thinking differently within this dialogue? And that requires a much broader cultural and cognitive diversity, which is harder to measure and harder to process, but we need.
Yeah, I think that the most important points from what we wrote in the white paper, I think for me, will be to really allocate some budget, build this risk management and resilience task force or foresight champion, because from there you can come up with different strategies that are in agreement with the priorities of your company and with the needs that they have and with the resources that they have at the moment. Something else that I would like to add is that they should also think about going beyond their own institutions or organizations and bring a little bit of citizen engagement into these conversations and try to hear what's happening with people that is being maybe affected by this risk in the future, and just have a bi-directional communication with them. That will for sure improve any resilience and projects for the future.
It's actually a really interesting point, Clarissa, because I know that most companies publish in their annual reports how they've addressed some of the risks that they should be considering. And it's usually a token of maturity where they address additional types of subjects that are beyond that immediate scope or that midterm scope. I mean, they're never going to talk about the risk of hostile takeover in their annual report because, kind of tipping the potential takeover party. But it is really good, I think, that they can show some domain maturity and look beyond themselves at addressing some of these other things.
Good. So we have a couple of minutes before we move on to public Q&A, but I think it would be good if each one of you sort of prepared what you think is the final thought you'd like the audience to sort of take away with them if they were going to start thinking about preparing for existential threats and risks. We start with Jaya and move around alphabetically. That's not alphabetical. I've done it alphabetical by surname. Jaya, Robert. Sorry.
If I would have one thing, I think it would be that really thinking about that fundamental interdependency. If I take a look at a lot of the risks that have manifested, it's primarily because we don't understand how things are interconnected. So having this approach where you both take what is it I have and then extrapolate it to what do I see coming up on the horizon, I think is the best approach to actually, trying to have some sort of rigor in how we plan for things in the future. Also, those things we can't plan.
Robert.
Two quick points. One is the one I mentioned earlier about diversity, the need for cognitive diversity and social cultural diversity in any decision-making process, which is sometimes a challenge. So by definition, those people tend to be excluded from the executive policy-making level. The second point is kind of linking back to Jaya's point. We need a better understanding of complex adaptive systems. So often, security is a complex adaptive system problem. It includes everything from the psychology, the economics, the technology, the people, society dimensions, but they're not part of the conversation usually. So, and also understanding that science helps you understand the network connections and the feedback loops that can take place. It's a hard topic, but it needs to be engaged.
Clarissa.
Yeah, I think to add to the group, I would say to please see scientists as allies. We are already working on our policy engagements. We are in a mature level now. We know how to interact with different stakeholders, be in government, civil society, or the industry. So please just reach out, because we are very keen on starting this conversation and trust building.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, all the panelists. Now we'll move on to public questions. I can see we've had one about a link for the frontier risk paper, but I think that's been resolved. So it is available if you follow CSER online. It is also available through their website, and they've tweeted about it as well. But there's a link with the WEF forum as well. And then another question here. The ozone hole is an example of an anti-catastrophe, a risk that never eventuated. What does the panel see as some future equivalent anti-catastrophe?
I'm hoping it'll be an anti-catastrophe, but I live in the Netherlands, and seawater rising is something that we're definitely worried about. I mean, if we say no matter what, we're going to experience higher temperatures, but the impact on sea levels is something that, for the Netherlands in any case, and for every coastal community, is a fundamental existential risk we better be able to combat.
Yeah, I think the aim is to bring all these frontier risks to a point that they will never happen, and that's why we emphasize so much on prevention and not mitigation. Mitigation will be like the second level. And to my mind, I think one of the things that are constantly in my realm of talks is genetic enhancement. You may remember the Chinese twins that had a genetic editing. Now they cannot get HIV. But in the future, what may happen is that perhaps some corporations see as a business to do enhancement of babies in other things. I want my child to have plays the piano very well, or have social capacities that are enhanced. It's not just about the color of your eyes or how your hair curls up. It's more about these personality enhancements that we may want to think twice about it. And also with the Chinese babies, for example, there are policies that are not in place. Who owns their genetic data? They are going to be investigated for years until they are 18 years old. Their parents are in charge to allow that the genetic data is shared with researchers and maybe with the wider audiences. So these things are not already in the government's eyes. So I think we need to prepare more for those.
Mm-hmm.
We actually have some of this manifesting already. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. But to be very quick, 23andMe already sold their users' data. I believe, was it to Pfizer or La Roche? Anyway, the point is that some of this stuff has already happened. The cat is kind of out of the bag. And you have open genome projects and Nebula Genomics, which promises to keep your privacy intact and your cybersecurity also okay, but at a much higher price. So finally, the worry that I have is security is only for those who can afford it.
That's what I was going to jump in with. This is all about cost. So risk mitigation is a cost function. So some calculations, COVID, like about $100 to $200 million into the World Health Organization would have helped prevent the pandemic, whereas the cost is now running to many trillions. So the cost of any existential risk is thousands of times greater than the mitigation. But will society pay that insurance dividend up front? And that goes back to the trust issue. So if you don't trust the science, if you don't trust the people saying to you, by the way, you need to take out a policy on this, then you won't. Society won't.
And can I say, sorry, like just to add to that, no, there's one more threat that I think is so interesting that we didn't talk about. And Clarissa, I don't know if that's in the paper or not, but I was reading about, there's, I forgot what the name of the project is, but there is a video by Bill Nye, and it's part of the Society of Astronomers, who are citizen astronomers who are looking for meteors and other near-Earth objects that could crash to Earth. And I know this sounds really far-fetched, but I feel like if we're worried about citizen scientists because we don't have the full scope of everything that is happening that would be considered in near-Earth range, I wonder if we're also looking at these things with the proper long-term approach and systematically.
Mm. Yes, Clarissa, did you want to come in there?
Well, just to bring Robert's point to some examples, the Biological Weapon Convention unit that supports our member states in that field has the budget of one McDonald's. One McDonald's, and it seems also that we humans consume more. We spend more money buying ice cream than giving budget to these type of organizations that are really taking care of these bio risks that don't happen. So I think it's interesting to think about these things. Some months ago, also I read that the Avatar new movie is going to have, I think, 1 billion in money, and sometimes I feel that money could also be used for other type of frontier risk or global catastrophic risk that may humanity maybe be impaired in the future. So let's just think about our entertainment ideas and what do we value more in the long-term process.
Or billionaires popping up into space for huge amounts of money. There's a question coming in. Can the panel dig deeper into recommendation number 8 on Clarissa's list? So we'll start with Clarissa, perhaps. Consider resilience financing. So could you dig deeper into that, and then perhaps the panelists can come in?
Yeah, I think that with this point, what we wanted to show is that don't think about this type of risk as something that is not gonna provide some. It's not an investment. It is an investment. I think that's why they link it to the terminology of resilience financing, and just ensuring that you have these frontier costs and long-term thinking into your current budget plans is what we are advocating.
Mm-hmm. Does anyone else want to help unpack that?
The cost function is complex because, for example, like in the ransomware attacks taking place, like the Colonial Pipeline, the attackers often know how much insurance cover you have, and they'll charge you whatever then the maximum cover they know you have. So even if a company takes out that insurance, then it's being used against them. So there's a complex cycle going on.
I think it might be smarter, because this isn't absolutely true, what Rob just said, but the issue here is that we might want to think about what it's required from a regulatory perspective. So for example, if a company is listed, that they would need to have some amount of their revenue for this resilience financing as a buffer to deal with some of these threats that would cause instability and volatility on the market. Maybe it's a requirement of the top 100 companies or something within exchange, or I think it's also worthwhile examining what types of regulatory stimuli you can do, also against financing ransomware, for example, because it's seen as a victimless crime.
Yeah, after the 2008 crash, a lot of the banks have had this mandated buffers that they have to maintain now. So in the banking world, that kind of did take place after 2008. So best.
I just pasted some part of our report talking about these 3 points of providing innovative insurance solutions that can bridge gaps between frontier risks and opportunities, determine critical infrastructure assets and develop a plan for investment in them, and build strategies for overcoming risk pathologies into business models. Those 3 things.
Okay, another question. Returning back to artificial intelligence, do all the panelists agree that there is no risk from intelligent AI itself, but only from stupid misuse? Isn't it the case that even very clever, well-meaning people can make subtle mistakes?
I'm not sure I agree that that's the only use of AI. I mean, we already see the bias that's there in certain algorithms, and I think that bias is actually much deeper, and it goes to the point that was made earlier about diversity. Even here, I think if you have created a system, it's going to be a reflection of the authors. So I think there's a lot more than just misuse that we need to worry about, not just specifically for AI, but for other technologies that would have such a fundamental role to play in making decisions in our future.
I think something important with any type of technology is that when a risk is breached, when something has gone wrong, for example, I can think about all the times that, for example, a virus has leaked, or a bacteria that was genetically engineered may have crossed the boundaries of the laboratories. These type of things have to be documented, because then we can learn from it, and then we can prepare better for the future. And I think that's something that is not happening at the moment or in the past. And I think that's something that we should also think in terms of AI. And every time that something we think we can detect these weak cues, just to make it open, transparent, let's let experts talk about it. Let's see what citizens think about it, and think on how to prevent instead of mitigate again.
Mm-hmm.
longer term, I kind of have a slight concern that we'll get something that I call the HAL problem, like from 2001: Space Odyssey, where the computer acts maliciously because it's been given conflicting instructions. And I think in the future we may have, as you turn up the autonomy dial, by definition, you're making something more autonomous. You're giving it more control. So there's ultimately a trade-off in terms of how much control you have of something that you've given that level of autonomy to. So society has to make a choice. How far do you turn that dial on what systems? And then how do you regulate it? Who polices that process?
I would love to have a long conversation with you about HAL and his autonomy. But moving on to another question from the public here. Toby Ord, author of The Precipice, argues that natural risks such as comets crashing to Earth are an order of magnitude less likely than human-caused risks. Do the panelists agree?
Yeah, maybe I can just say quickly that for these type of events, we can still go back to history and try to make some models and predictions based on how many times like a comet has come. And nowadays we have also some sort of measurements to see how close it's passing by. And also NASA is developing this program just to be prepared in case of asteroid collide. But with the other technological risk is where we don't have this data to base on, and we have to think that foresight and future scenarios is the key to help us to think about them. So yeah, I definitely agree with Toby in this case.
Okay, I think because we're running out of time a little bit, just to answer the question, could the other two panelists either say agree or disagree?
It goes back to the cost, the impact versus probability. So in terms of asteroid impact, the cost could be extremely high. Probability probably very low.
Yes. And I think fundamentally, if we take a look at Pompeii, they would disagree. But I think we still need to have some preparation for these events and have some investment and financing for just the eventuality. That's all. Support the Planetary Society.
Yes.
I think we're at the end of the session now and the end of the questions. Okay. There are a few more questions coming in. Perhaps the askers can get in touch through social media. The conversation can continue elsewhere, but I think we're going to have to wrap up now. So thank you very much to all my panelists today. Such an interesting conversation. I feel very privileged to be a part of it. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, folks. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are now, thank you very much to our previous panel and speakers. That was actually kind of really interesting, frontier risks and everything, but we'll wrap up about that one later. But right now, what we're going to be talking about is superpowers. And we know that, well, it started back with the US Army was an acronym known as VUCA, and that's volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And it's definitely where we are sitting right now with superpowers. I mean, they're all wrestling for power just amongst the divergent of all the interests that we have in the world currently. So right now we have Alex Burton as the moderator, and he is formerly a Rear Admiral in the Army, in the British Army, and he's the Director of Rebellion Defense. So Alex, take it away with your panelists.
Hey, Suki, thanks very much. And ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and good morning to you if you're further afield. Look, I'm joined this afternoon by two eminent academics who on face value look at the promotion and the maintenance of peace through subtly different lenses. We've got Professor Funmi Olanasakin, who is Vice President and Principal of the an International Professor of Security, Leadership and Development at King's, but she's previously worked in the Office of the UN Special Envoy to the Secretary General on Children and Armed Conflict, and she was one of 7 members of an advisory group on the review of the United Nations peace-building architecture. And in 2016, she was appointed as a member of the advisory group of experts for the United Nations Progress Study on Youth, Peace and Security. So a very strong and illustrious career looking at the championing of peace, particularly through youth. Perhaps on the sort of complementary other side is Professor Christopher Coker, International Relations at the London School of Economics, 2 terms at the Royal United Services Institute. He's been a regular lecturer at the Royal College of Defence Studies in London, at the NATO Defence College in Rome, and the Centre for International Studies in Tokyo. So on face value, coming far more from the maintenance of peace through a strong and authoritative defense structure. So the question is interesting because it almost poses a view that great power competition somehow went away from the Cold War and is now just returning. But let's not close on that, and perhaps open up by saying that if we've had an increase in the aggressive nature of great power competition, what are the sort of top 2 vectors that you think have forced that increase rather than decrease to the friction? And perhaps Professor Funmi, over to you first.
Right, thank you so much, Alex. It's a very interesting question, actually, and there's several ways of looking at it, but I want to deliberately focus on 2 things. One being the rise of China. By that rise, in this case, I talk about its growing influence in developing nations, developing regions of the world. That influence is palpable, and it stands in direct competition with the rest of the activities of other global powers. And that's a key factor in the multipolarity we see in the world today. But the second thing that I would put at par with the rise of China has to do with a more confident, self-confident generation of young people. If you like, you can call them Generation Z. They're global in outlook, they're transnational in the way that they operate, and more importantly, technology enables them to really organize themselves. The ways in which they organize a new form of, global social movement, fighting for social justice, and can be mobilized so fluently, so immediately, depending on the issues at the core of the global or national agenda. I think this cannot be discounted. This has to be seen as one of the big multipolarity and multipolar factors today. And that, of course, they're not state actors, but you see them. And they stand shoulder to shoulder, in my view, with, if you like, the new forms of global corporations, many of them digital actors as well.
Professor Funmi, thank you. Really interesting. I can't imagine that Professor Christopher is going to demur on your first point, that a more authoritative and a more outward-looking China has changed the strategic dynamic and potentially made it more unstable rather than more stable. Your second point on a growing youth, that Generation Z, is fascinating, and it'd be interesting to pick whether that is a force for good or a force for destabilization. But Professor Christopher, at the risk of asking you to repeat the point on China, from your point of view, what are the two things that are forcing an increasing friction in global superpower confrontation?
Well, the two forces that I would identify are the emergence of what is called by some a post-Western world and by others a post-American world. And you started off this program with calling both China and the United States superpowers. I think neither is the case. I think the United States is no longer a superpower. I think it's the greatest of the great powers, and I think China is on the way to becoming a superpower, but is far from that at the moment. But what we have, because you asked me to look at these two changes, first change is a post-Western world. What do I mean by that? Well, I think a challenge to the idea of liberal world order, but it's a challenge to the idea that Western values are the only values that actually count. And it's interesting that in 2019, both Russia and China signed a joint communique in which they talked about the need to produce a polycentric world, a multipolar world, in other words. But they also talked about a world in which there would be value pluralism. In other words, that different civilizations and societies in the world would have their own value systems, no less valid than those of the West, and that there would have to be what the Chinese call harmony with difference, or what we used to call peaceful coexistence in the Cold War era. In other words, mutual respect for each other's values. So that's the first, because that is a major challenge to the United States, which has always assumed that American exceptionalism means that it's the purveyor of Western values and that Western values will be non-Western values. The second, I think, is that war has come back into the equation. So if you were looking, for example, at a well-known book by Steven Pinker called Enlightenment Now that came out 2 years before the pandemic, he says very confidently there that thanks to the wonders of modern science, there will be no further pandemics. Be very careful what you predict, because you're likely to find your predictions explode in your face. And in this case, we're not only told that we're living in a century where pandemics will probably be as common as war and revolution were in the 20th century, but we're also, I think, looking at a world in which war has come back into the equation because of new opportunities. So whether we call it hybrid warfare, which the Russians did not invent in 2014 when they occupied the Crimea, but anyway, it's a term we use, whether we're looking at cyber warfare that we're very cognizant of because we hear the term all the time, whether we're looking at troll factories in Russia that have been instrumental in trying to undermine democratic regimes in the West, information warfare, it's called, or whether we're even looking at space, the United States setting up for the first time a space command, which means not only the use of space, which of course we've used since 1957 with satellites, but actually the use of space as a domain of war, which will be, in fact, quite unprecedented. So I think for those two reasons, we see a return to great power competition.
Christopher, that's fabulous. I'm going to draw Funmi into one of your points, and then come back to you on the how do we avoid your first point, which is, US is no longer a superpower, China is an aspirant superpower. How do you try and defuse that potential competition? But I want to ask Funmi to sort of draw out some points on your second point, which was a challenge to Western values and a value pluralism. Because to some extent, what Christopher put there is an opportunity to create a sort of, for want of a better word, a more peaceable environment, on the understanding that those two changes you describe are willing to move forward. And really, I want to draw out your second point, which is the Generation Z. How would you seek them to to work with the friction, to work to reduce the friction that Christopher describes of a challenge to Western values and value pluralism, because it could be a journey to a more stable environment, but it could not. And I wonder whether your second point can be a force for good in that instance or bad. Yeah,
that's very interesting. It could be either. Quite honestly, and much depends on the behavior of more powerful actors today, those who hold the power and the privilege across the board, whether we're talking about in terms of how they engage and use the security apparatus, or how they use economic power, political power across the board. There's contestation at this point in time. And Generation Z will mediate that space for good or bad. And now, let me give an example in terms, if we're talking about the values, and what was it that the pluralism of values. It's at the heart of what many young people are asking about globally. Whether they talk about, the decolonized language becomes highly contested, and it is. But when they talk about decolonizing, whether the academy and all forms of institutions, they're talking about bringing all forms of knowledges to bear on an equal footing. They're talking about bringing systems of power and systems of knowledge from the global south to the global north, speaking to each other. And the thing about this sort of things, even in the academy, it is so difficult to ask, the knowledge systems or the power holders that have privilege today to give a little bit of space there. And you can apply that to the global leadership platform on any front. It cannot happen without major contestation. And some of the major contestation we're beginning to see on the issues on which people are all agreed, the things that threaten all of us at once, like the environment, we're beginning to see that kind of movement. But on the things that really will mean that you lose status, look at Africa and the use of natural resources in Africa. When African young people ask the rest of the world, but there's a nuance to it. Not just the rest of the world, there's a debate as to whether China is friendlier in that system or whether Russia is friendlier. And both countries are using vaccines at this moment to really gauge, to really push further their influence, China in particular. So when those young people marry their destinies with that of China, it makes a difference. And if they don't, it also makes a difference. It will be issue by issue, there will be contestation. And I think the only way that the powers that be today can begin to mitigate, can begin to really dial down those contestations is if they see the good in what this new generation is offering. And it's not easy to see it because it's a mixed bag, really.
Okay, Funmi, I'm going to ask you a quick question on the back of that,
yes,
and then come back to Christopher, because I imagine that there are, senior politicians listening to the two of you, and there are certainly a whole host of people who in the next decade or so aspire to be politicians who are listening to you.
Yeah. So
I want you to try and come back to me and tell me what advice you would give to the senior politicians in those current two countries, those current two powers that Christopher told us of, the aspirant China and a US, and I exaggerate for effect here, moving into the sunset of its dwindling power. What advice would you give to those two powers, one dwindling superpower, one aspirant superpower, to exploit the strength that you've just described? Because there is clearly an energy within that Generation Z. How can they exploit it to reduce the threat of war rather than increase the threat?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, really. If China, I think China is more vulnerable, to be quite honest. It's the new emerging power, as Christopher said, and it is one that is testing new ideas in very many foreign terrains. Africa just seems to have a consolidated, when you think about it cumulatively, it's a very large terrain of young people, of a continent with a rising youth bulge. So how China behaves in that place, and how it understands that what it preaches with Russia in terms of this the value pluralism has to apply even to the places where China is present. And so when you look at the use of labor, when you look at how its corporations or companies behave abroad, when you look at how they engage those spaces, what I see, and now you have to say that that's subjective because this is based on anecdotal evidence, is a China sometimes that really is seen to really align with elites, with governing elites, sometimes aligning with elites who work against the people. If you're aligning with elites who are closing their social media spaces and actually really also abusing the rights of the citizens, when those people rise against the governing elite, they're likely to also rise against them. But that would be the message to China. China needs to take very seriously the growing youth bulge in Africa and the fact that you have a new kind of actor, a new set of actors, next generation leaders on the continent who do not necessarily behave in the same old way. To the United States, I would say that what applies is that those next generation actors are not necessarily after, they're not being a part of traditional warfare. You would have seen since the 2000s. I worked on the question of children and armed conflict before. What you saw with the ready recruitment of children, young people as soldiers, has since changed to a situation in which young people would rather also take to the streets instead of be utilized by armed groups and warlords like they were easily before. I'm not saying that is completely over with the kind of terror networks that we have, but they exercise agency more, even if they're going to be part of any armed groups. And that's why you see the social movements changing with young people. And the US has to be alive to that, because if the US is also going to create, strong arm states in the Sahel, for example, because they need to prevent terror and migration, if they don't do that, cognizance of the fact that those young people too are asking questions of their leaders, the US might be on the wrong side of history. We have a really new generation of people that are making different decisions.
Funmi, thank you. I'm going to come back to a couple of points there, but I'm first going to go to Christopher. I have a career, as Suki said, which has been formed by keeping the peace as a practitioner of the threat of war. And you and I will understand and have spent our careers looking at the deterrence theory, at coercion. And that's what I understand. I understand that from the Cold War when I started my career, and I see it returning now. When you look at deterrence with these two superpowers, and I'll use the word superpowers despite your cogent points, these two superpowers that are abutting each other and will increasingly abut each other. What deterrence, and I suppose for want of a better word, encouragement levers do you see that can be used by both of them and other players that will reduce rather than increase the threat of conflict and war, which you said is now back on the table, Christopher?
Well, two responses to that. First of all, you could tell yourself a different story, what academics like to call reference narratives. And if you go back to the Cold War, both superpowers were telling themselves exactly the same story. And basically, they were on the side of history, that the other system, whether it was capitalism or communism, would collapse from what communists call the internal contradictions of the system. And therefore, all you had to do was avoid war. And if you could do that, then you would in fact win. So it's a great thing when two enemies, or adversaries, shall we say, are telling each other exactly the same story, although they think it's going to have a different ending for each other. And I think that's one of the reasons why the Cold War ended without firing a shot, because the Soviet Union, when it realized it was on the wrong side of history, practically gave up the ghost at that point. Well, quite literally, it disappeared from history in 1991 as a political entity. Now, of course, how did you avoid war? how do the two superpowers avoid war? Well, of course, as you said, they were able to find a concept called deterrence. They were able to deter each other from even thinking about nuclear conflict, although you will also be aware, I know, that we came very near to a nuclear war twice in 1962 and 1983, so we got lucky. The problem with these new domains of war, like cyber warfare, is that it's very difficult to find how deterrence can actually be applied. Because as Eric Schmidt, Google fellow, said a couple of years ago, cyber attacks don't leave vapor trails. When you launch a missile from your territory, the satellite will immediately pick up the vapor trail and will tell the other country to which the missile is heading who's actually launched the attack. You have no idea who has launched a cyber attack on you. You have a pretty good idea, but it's very difficult to actually confirm it. So if you're looking at the first cyber war, to use a term that is contestable, against Estonia in 2007, that was the first time that a country that we assume was Russia attacked another country in cyberspace. And that actually meant that when people went to their ATM machines on the Monday morning to get their money out for the rest of the week, they found that they couldn't. Their ATM machines weren't working. Now, Estonia is the only country to have actually been attacked in this way. But of course, we are actually attacked with cyber attacks every other day. And many of those attacks come from Russia, many attacks come from China. So it's a kind of perpetual warfare. It's what the Oxford professor Lucas Kellow calls a period of unpeace. In other words, we're living for the first time in history in an era where it's very difficult to tell the difference between war and peace. And if you can't draw that distinction, it's very difficult to deter. The other thing I'd say about cyberspace is that we've tried to find a code of behavior so that people will act responsibly even when they're attacking each other. In other words, that they will accept that there are certain red lines that can't be crossed, because if you cross them, then that cyber war is very likely to become a conventional a missile war in no time at all. And we've just been unable to do that. Now, in 2017, the UN Secretary General managed to broker an agreement between the United States and China to stop cyber attacks against each other. And that agreement apparently held for 2 years, but it's broken down. And therefore, that's why I'm concerned that in a world in which deterrence becomes weaker and weaker, you can go back to that familiar concept of avoiding war.
Christopher, I'm glad you closed there, because I was going to ask you for a yes and no answer of whether you felt that, going forward, deterrence would be an effect, for want of a better word, that we could use, and likewise our opposition could use. I'm going to ask very quickly whether, and it was applied during the Cold War as well, whether the sort of inverse of deterrence, which is an element of encouragement. I mean, coercion sounds destructive, but let's call it encouragement, which is seeing the value of de-escalation. Can you see levers there? And I then want to come on to Funmi, because I think that the populace and the group that she described are probably the opportunity for that force for good. So, for want of a better phrase, that effect of encouragement, can you see any opportunity for that?
Well, all I'd say is that deterrence works in different theaters. In the Cold War, it was purely military, and that was largely because there was no economic interdependence between the United States and the Soviet Union. Basically, the Soviet Union was autarkic and traded within its own sphere. Today, we have a completely different phenomenon, and that is that China and the United States are each other's largest trading partners and each other's largest markets. So a trade war between the two, which we came very near to under Donald Trump, but fell short of it, fortunately, will have serious repercussions. But it also means that you can deter a country that you see as a military aggressor by threatening economic retaliation. And that wasn't possible in the Cold War. So I just referred to, you may remember a couple of months ago, there was a military buildup on the frontier of Ukraine. The Russians stationed 75,000 to 100,000 soldiers. And it seemed at one point that they were getting ready for a military incursion. And the President of the United States rang Putin up and just said, if you do that, there's no military response that we can make but there will be economic consequences. In other words, the sanctions that are already in place will become much tougher. So it's a judgment call. You have to decide what's in your interest or not. So I think deterrence still applies. You can do that in all sorts of ways, not just the economic, but the cultural, the scientific. You just suspend cooperation, which might get people to think twice. But that, in a sense, works against Russia, because Russia is arguably not a great power. It's a regional power with a huge nuclear arsenal, but it's not a great power in the way the United States and China are. I think it's much more difficult to imagine the United States and China being able to use that weapon against each other. Having said that, of course, the American preference has been for the use of economic power, whether it's sanctions, whether it's the weaponization of the dollar. The Americans have used the economic lever in the last 10 or 15 years in order to empower themselves or re-empower themselves in some senses. And I think that leverage is probably coming to an end.
And I'm going to draw you in here, Funmi. What Professor Christopher has described is generally what you might euphemistically call the sort of the deterrent stick rather than the encouragement carrot. You know, it has been both powers attempting to pressurize their opposite number to do something of their behest. You seem far more positive that there is a lever marked encouragement rather than deterrence, and I'd just be intrigued as to how you feel. Let's pick the US in this instance, but perhaps you could mention China. The US could encourage China to take a more peaceable and less inflammatory approach, but both sides will view the challenge through their own lenses. So it would be interesting to hear China's too.
No, interesting. I think really there are two ways in which to look at deterrence. In this case, between the US and China, the US still needs to see what it has. For example, still has a lot in the area of innovation and so on, notwithstanding that China, is rapidly mopping up, whether through the front door or the back door, all those areas of innovation that it can use as leverage on China. That's why it's about competition and cooperation, cooperating sufficiently so that the competition will not be too tense. But if you look at China and what it has in terms of volume, sheer numbers of people and big data to really advance rapidly, to test technology and so on, that's another area where you begin to see. So there's some push and pull factors between both countries. But the second point I want to make on the question of deterrence is this. Those places in the developing world where both powers still want to retain some kind of influence, even if the last US government did not see those places as particularly useful because they were looking inward. Those places are the places where the behavior of the population will be a source of leverage. Whoever that population decides to support in terms of volumes of trade, in terms of how they behave and support the action on the ground. So we're seeing a new proxy. We're going to see proxy wars fought in terms of how those two countries in particular behave abroad. I would say Western Europe here as well, because if you look at China and the Belt and Road Initiative, the fact that at the moment G7 countries are also going to build back better, it's exactly the same sort of countries outside of their own nations that they're targeting, and how the populations of these countries behave would be significant. And I think the place that probably holds some kind of trump card here might be the European Union and the kinds of agreements that it signs with these parts of the world, African, Caribbean, Pacific. Let's look at that and how those sort of agreements begin to change the game. And I think Europe is going to be a big part of this story. But how do populations of Europe behave and how the populations of those other parts of the world behave will be a significant aspect of this. If you have a young African who sees China as the enemy, the leaders will not defend China for too long, and vice versa. And I think this is what was not part of the equation before, which can be part of the equation now if we're talking about deterrence. there's a new proxy war that will go on.
Okay, we're closing on question time. I've sort of got a reflection over the last 30 minutes of and I'm going to characterize it through exaggeration. Professor Phunmi, who is very upbeat, sees the youth, sees cooperation as a huge force for good, but with some risks associated, particularly with the two great powers. And with Professor Christopher, who's sitting looking at a moment in time where you've got an aspirant great power and you've got a great power in decline, with very different cultural views and an interconnected economy, which is both a force for good and a threat. Perhaps each of you could reflect in just sort of, minute to 2 minutes, whether you think that the world has got the right structures in place to take superpower competition forward and de-stress it, rather than accelerate and increase friction. And if not, what would you change? And I'm going to go first to Professor Phunmi. Perhaps if you could tell me, what structures would you change? And if you can keep it brief, because I've got questions coming in afterwards. So sorry to put you on the spot there.
Let me go straight to the UN Security Council, where that, I should have mentioned that as well, where that competition is going to be most profound, because we're going back to a time when it was the Soviet Union or the US. If they didn't agree with something, things were shut down. Now it's the China-Russia axis and the US Western European axis. That's where I think we need a new structure for the world. What we have is not working. It's not just about new, confident member states joining them. It's also, for the first time, having non-state individuals, like you would have in organizations and ombudsperson. For those kinds of non-state actors like corporations or, groups of individuals, you can really change the balance of play, because they become the voice of the United Nations Security Council. That's the kind of thing. It seems far-fetched, but I do not see the UN Security Council as relevant to anything in the world these days if it does not change its structures.
Professor Phunmi, a downbeat assessment of the only global institution we have. Professor Christopher, your thoughts?
Well, I'll be equally downbeat. The only way of avoiding great power competition is when the two great powers can agree not to compete, or when they can agree to compete economically or commercially rather than militarily. And there are two things I'm afraid standing in the way of this cooperation. One is what President Trump's former security advisor, H.R. McMaster, in a recent book called America's Strategic Narcissism, which is that the US still sees itself as the central player in all of this. You may remember when Trump's ambassador to the UN, Nikki Haley, first addressed the Security Council. She said, you're either not with us or against us, but the thing is that we're watching our back. And for those of us who don't have our back, we're taking names. That was kind of arrogance, which unfortunately is still, I think, centrally there in the American administration and the Biden administration, the American imagination. This unwillingness to share, basically, this unwillingness to accept that China is going to have a major voice in the running of the international system, which will, of course, ultimately mean the reform of the United Nations, which has been blocked for over 50 years. On the Chinese side, there is, I think, an unwillingness to make friends. Partly because, as Xi Jinping told UN General Assembly when he addressed them a couple of years ago, we're not the West. We don't have alliances. We don't have allies. We have partners, but they're partners here today and they go tomorrow. And the whole Belt and Road Initiative is, of course, an excellent sign of this partnership. Well, that ended in what was called wolf diplomacy, which is highly aggressive and arrogant language by the Chinese in the last 2 years, partly fueled by COVID and the belief that the United States was down and out practically. In fact, it's not out, it's back. But Xi Jinping, of course, did say in a major foreign policy speech 3 weeks ago that we need friends now. that we've forgotten. Well, I hope that is the case, because China traditionally has not sought friends at all. It has sought just merely trading partners, and I think there is a need for friends. But the downside to that, and this will be my last sentence, you'll be glad to hear, is that friends can lead to a kind of cynic system, where you have a block of countries that associate themselves with China in the same way that you already have a block of countries that associate themselves with the United States. And you saw that block of countries in action over the weekend. It's called the G7, and China said yesterday that the world's fate is not determined by a small group of Western countries. So I fear what's happening is that the world is dividing into blocks. It's going to be very, very difficult to be neutral, to be non-aligned, to use a term we're familiar with from the Cold War, because both countries demand that you make choices.
Professor Christopher, thank you. I'm going to come very quickly to a question, and this is for you, Professor Phunmi. And the question is, China is teaching the skills to the African indigenous populations so they can be independent and not teching them, so that they'll always be dependent upon China's input. I think the question is around, is China buying loyalty, or is it properly developing the nation states, particularly in Africa, where this questioner is from? Is it developing the nation states so they can be the friends that, but not the dependents that Christopher described? And if you could give that for a minute, I can then close and pass back to Suki. Thank you.
Right. This is where I return to my IR origins, and I don't think Chris and I would disagree there. What state actors will always do is to act on the basis of their interest. So any African nation or any ACP country that thinks that China will act differently from the West before them has something else, coming. And I think it's simple. All China is doing, it creates a platform where it wants to build partnership and promises equal partnership. But when you have weak nations unable to take advantage of that offer by making demands that work, for their people, then you have, China does not owe Africa or Latin America or Asia Pacific countries any special favors against its own people. It will take what it can get. And if it needs to build the capacity of those people only to come back to ensure that the market is there because they have put the infrastructure there and so on, it is acting in its own interest. And that's why I would continue to argue that a new generation in these countries will challenge the leaders very hard to change their behavior towards China or Europe or the US in order to give a better opportunity to that next generation. But whoever reaches there first on a fair basis is probably going to win. Yeah.
Professor Phunmi, Professor Christopher, thank you so much. I think we've left with a feeling that you're both relatively unimpressed with the current UN Security Council and the powers it has. We've got a US that is unwilling to share leadership, and let's hope that that changes through the Generation Z that you described, Professor Phunmi, and a China that is quite a transactional nation, and as it matures its political and geopolitical diplomacy, one hopes that it will become more developed than the very transactional approach. But to both of you, thank you very much for your time, and I now hand back to Suki for the remainder of COGEX. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Alex, of Dr. Phunmi, Dr. Christopher. That was absolutely wonderful. I really wanted to actually keep going with the discussion because I'm always very interested in how people view China and Russia and all the other countries that are moving into areas that previously were held by what's deemed as Western powers. So I do want to say it all seems like it comes down to people just ceding power and really just working in the best interests of their countries. But that's pretty much human nature, unfortunately. So I might have to agree. I'm just a little apprehensive and somewhat skeptical of when people go in and try to help countries, because they're not really helping countries. They're helping them in their own best interests. But thank you very much. We are moving into the lunch break. And guess what? That means that you can now leave your chairs, your kitchens, or wherever you happen to be viewing, get something to eat, go outside, suck up some pollen if you happen to have allergies, such as hay fever, and come back at 2 o'clock, where we will be having a session on, and I'm going to cheat because I can't remember, Will 2030 Be Real? A discussion on deep fakes. How could I forget that? But please, in the meantime, do check out the exhibitionists, because they need your help. They need your support. They really need companies and people to come to them and buy their services and their products. And remember also, the hashtag is hashtag CogX2021, and to tag CogX_festival. Have yourself a lovely lunch break, and do come back at 2 p.m. I'm really looking forward to seeing you, although I can't really see you, on the cyber and defense stage here. Thank you very much, and see you at 2. Good afternoon for those of you here in our lovely UK time zone. For everybody else, hello, wherever you are in the world, and welcome back to our cyber and defense stage here at COGX 2021. And that is hashtag COGX 2021, and also at COGX_festival, should you want to tag the event also. Thank you very much for coming back and hanging out with us and listening to our awesome sessions and panelists. And well, this morning we heard, that's this morning in the UK, of course. This morning we heard about Gen Z and state actors, systems of power, some really great stuff on frontier risks, and just basically how the world is changing. The world is always changing, but how it's really changing at a much more rapid pace. And that's really what we want to answer here at COGX is, what can we do better in the next 10 years? What can we do, right? And so this particular panel is going to be quite amazing, because this panel is called Will 2030 Be Real? And that's discussion in deep fakes, which I think is phenomenal. We've all seen the videos. We've all seen what people can do with manipulation of visuals, with sound even now. So I'll just step out of the way really quickly. Actually, first, I'm going to say, please check out the exhibitions. Thank you very much to Cylon. And don't forget to really check out the other stages at some point, but not right now. So I'm just going to say thank you very much, and welcome to my moderator here, and that is Henry. Of course, I'm going to mess it up now. Henry Ader, who is like a big expert and advisor on deep fakes, cybersecurity, cyber attacks. You got like this long title. You advise on pretty much everything to do with defending in cyber. So that's it.
Thank you, Suki. Yeah, you won't be you're not the first, you won't be the last with the last name. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here today with you all, and I'm looking forward to having a fascinating discussion with two of my very good friends and colleagues in the space, who are both true experts in synthetic media and deepfakes, and will hopefully bring some nuance to a sometimes controversial topic. So I'd like to start by introducing today Nina Schick. Nina is a leading author, advisor, and speaker on how technology is reshaping politics and society in the 21st century. She's an expert in disinformation, synthetic media, and the geopolitics of technology, and has advised global leaders, including current President Joe Biden, Anders Fogh Rasmussen, the former Secretary General of NATO, and Emmanuel Macron, the President of France. Nina's written an amazing book on deepfakes called Deepfakes, which was released in 2020, which I highly recommend you all go pick up a copy of. And our other panelist today is Chris Ume. Chris is a world-leading synthetic media artist who blends his true expertise in VFX and AI techniques to make hyper-realistic synthetic media. I'm sure many of you will be aware of his viral Deep Tom Cruise series, which featured hyper-realistic and often bizarre and absurd deepfakes of Tom Cruise, which has over 1.5 million followers online and has received over 50 million views. Chris also worked on South Park's deepfake satire show Sassy Justice, and has done numerous projects for brands and corporate partners in the advertising and marketing space. And Chris is a passionate advocate of raising awareness of responsible synthetic media use and taking the technology to the next level. So pleasure to have you both here. I guess we should start kind of like by addressing the title, right, which is that will 2030 be real? And I think that's a somewhat provocative question that we'll certainly consider towards the end of this session. But I'm also keen to utilize both your knowledge of deepfakes and synthetic media to help give us a picture of the current state of the technology, including how they're being used right now and what capabilities exist. As I hinted at, I'm sure you're aware of the kind of the quite sensational and sometimes alarmist coverage surrounding deepfakes. And so I think hopefully today we can separate the kind of the current facts from speculative futures and fictions, and also have a look at what we think are the kind of the future paths that this technology will take. So I guess we should start by thinking about perhaps the landscape now. So back in 2019, I wrote a report on deepfakes called The State of Deepfakes, where I kind of mapped the landscape for the first time and found quite notably that 96% of deepfake videos online were pornographic, and that the fears of deepfakes being used extensively in disinformation and kind of cybersecurity attacks were not yet materializing. now that it's 2021, obviously that's quite a long time in this space, which is growing exponentially. And Nina, I'd love to know what you think are some of the significant changes that we've seen in the last couple of years since that report was released, and have malicious uses started to kind of develop in the way some people have feared?
Absolutely. Thank you, Henry. I mean, my own background is very much in politics, geopolitics, and disinformation. So my background when I came to deepfakes and synthetic media was through that lens of this being a potent weapon of disinformation. I suppose I should say for the audience, one of the reasons why synthetic media is so compelling is that it's AI generated or manipulated media, and this ability of AI to actually create media from scratch and actually be used to manipulate media is really nascent. It's, you know, we're at the very beginning. I would say we're in the foothills of a communications revolution where increasingly all kinds of content, video, audio, images, and even text are going to be generated by AI. But in terms of the malicious use cases, I've been on a bit of a journey myself because, as I mentioned, I came at it from the angle of disinformation, and some of those fears have proved to be true, specifically in the use case of non-consensual pornography. So AI being used to make these horrible fake pornographic films of predominantly women, not only celebrities, but normal women as well. But in other realms of cybersecurity and disinformation, we haven't really seen that many real life instances. So I think in terms of how has the technology developed, where it's really developed actually has been in viable commercial applications. So not kind of malicious use case of synthetic media, but synthetic media as a tool for businesses, as a tool for creativity. Nonetheless, I have to say that in terms of the malicious use cases, it's probably an inevitability, right? The FBI has come out just earlier this year saying it's the next big cyber threat for businesses. And the last comment I would make on that is the very personal nature of some of these attacks, as we've seen in non-consensual porn, is a little bit of a game changer. So when I first came to deepfakes, we were thinking about it broadly as a weapon of geopolitical destruction, you know, high statescraft. But actually, where we've seen it being really harmful is in attacks against, you know, women or minors. So I think this very individualized attack vector is something that's new, and that's something that is really alarming going forward. But to wrap it up, we haven't seen as many as were predicted perhaps back in 2017, 2018, 2019.
Yeah, thank you, Nina. You preempted my point on the FBI and their warning, which we'll come to later when talking specifically about some of the alleged cases in the cybersecurity space. But absolutely, I think sometimes the kind of established uses in deepfake pornography are kind of swept aside for these kind of like speculative kind of explanations of what's going to be happening in the disinformation space, which are really crucial to remember when it comes to deepfake pornography. Chris, your background as a creator, as someone who's been using this technology for a long time now, it'd be fascinating to understand, how you've seen the technology change from a creative perspective since you first started using it, and how you and your other creators have started engaging with the technology differently since when you first began. I mean, a lot of memes and funny content emerged, but now quite a lot of creators are moving, as Nina hinted at, into the space of kind of commercial utility and making adverts and stuff like this. So I'd love to get an idea of kind of, how you see the space has changed as well.
Yeah. So we've made huge steps in the last 3 years, and due to COVID, a lot of companies as well, they refer to using deepfakes and AI to create new commercials and use the technology to create new stuff, because we couldn't go on location with crews and several people. So the technology is moving rapidly, and there are a lot of different AI tools, and for Deep Tom Cruise, for example, I'm combining a lot of different tools to get the quality that you see on my channel. So my guess is in a few years we'll be able to create realistically AI generated video for full body, and to use the technology in the professional workspace. At the moment, the tools are still basic, but as I said, they're moving. They're getting better rapidly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think some of your VFX breakdowns that you published for your Deep Tom Cruise videos show just the sheer kind of ingenuity of the process that you take. It's incredible. But yeah, certainly, I think that's one theme that we've all seen, right, is growing accessibility, even of kind of less sophisticated techniques. And moving forward, those will certainly kind of become even better.
Yeah.
I guess we're on the cyber and defense stage. And as Nina hinted at, or even mentioned explicitly, the implication many of the people listening now will be interested in is the threat vectors, the kind of attack surfaces that deepfakes pose to corporate entities, to government entities, to private individuals. How could adversarial actors weaponize this technology against these kinds of groups and these individuals? As mentioned, we've seen some alleged cases of deepfakes being used in this way by some insurance companies and by some cybersecurity companies in things like voice impersonation. And as Nina said, the FBI has warned that they will almost certainly be used by foreign actors for espionage and disinformation. And we've already seen a few limited examples of that in the context of StyleGAN images of non-existent people being used on Facebook profiles or on LinkedIn. But Nina, I wonder how viable you see the cyber threat of deepfakes to be currently, and where you see the main vulnerabilities or attack vectors for businesses and individuals, and if you think this problem is here, if it's kind of imminent, or if it's still a little way off that we should be kind of really worrying about it.
Well, I think absolutely the malicious use of synthetic media is going to become a very real and viable cyber threat. In terms of, is it here now yet in 2021? I don't think we're there yet. However, we will be there in a short amount of time. And I think I should preempt that by saying there is this unique ability of AI when it creates synthetic media to be able to replicate human biometrics, right? If you train your machine learning systems on the right training data, it can be trained to create video or audio of somebody saying or doing things that they never did. And there are a lot of technical barriers right now. It's quite difficult to do it well. The kind of work that you've seen Chris do with his Deep Tom Cruise, absolutely fantastic, viral. You or I can do that. Only somebody who's a sophisticated actor who has some kind of knowledge on how to train AI algorithms, maybe VFX background, could do it to that fidelity and that scale. However, the technology is accelerating quickly, and I believe that everyone on this panel would agree with me when we say one of the predominant features of that is the democratization of this technology, right? So this level of fidelity may not be accessible to everyone now, but in the future, 5, 10, 7 years, we're going to be looking at a very different scenario. So this ability to create obviously fake media of real people, but also completely synthetic media of people that don't exist can obviously be weaponized in a cybersecurity context. Henry alluded to some famous case studies that have already been thrown out there. So for example, the CEO of an energy company who was allegedly conned out of $250,000, believing he was speaking to his boss, but apparently it was crooks using AI to synthesize his boss's voice. Now, we don't actually know whether or not in that instance it was a deepfake audio recording, although it was reported as such. Because the insurance company never released the audio for independent experts to verify, is this actually a synthetic audio track? But the direction of travel is clear, right? And even though I would say that we're not there yet, what we already know in the world of cyber threats and disinformation is that manipulated media, which isn't anything to do with AI, right? Not even deepfakes, the forebear to deepfakes, cheap fakes, not even very sophisticated manipulated media, is devastating, not only for political disinformation, but all kinds of cyber attacks on organizations or brands. So when you throw in the possibility of AI to create content which is at a fidelity which is unforeseen, unprecedented, and potentially also to automate these kind of attacks at scale, then I think, of course, we're looking at a very real potential cyber threat going forward. So yeah, I don't think we're there yet, but that does not give us any reason to kind of lay back and relax, because it inevitably will be weaponized in a cyber context.
Absolutely. I think the examples where voices have allegedly been cloned, yes, as you said, there's not been the evidence put forward for analysis that we can kind of confidently know that was the case. But there has been some interesting cases, right? I think there's one recently in China where an image animating algorithm was used to full liveness detection on a Chinese state facial recognition tool, which was then used to kind of file fake tax invoices. So you can see, as you're alluding to, right, it's getting there. Like as this technology gets more accessible, we're starting to see it being weaponized, and that will only get worse as the technology improves. Chris, I guess, yeah, Nina kind of hinted at it as well, right? You know, with the deep Tom Cruise video, obviously that was an incredibly hyper realistic piece of work. And one of the funny things I found was watching that video and seeing some of the TikTok reaction videos, even though the viewers knew it was fake. Some people were kind of double taking it. Oh no, that can't be fake. That's so good. And I think following that, there was quite a lot of media coverage saying, you know, hyper realistic deepfakes are here, and you know, we should all really worry about this. But again, as Nina alluded to, and as you did as well, this was really difficult to make. And so I guess it's somewhat a speculative question, but I'd be interested to know, how far away do you think that kind of quality of deepfake is from being in the hands of everyday people? Or will it always require a level of expertise and fine control that will kind of evade that mass adoption?
Well, to get this kind of quality is not easy, because on one hand you have the technology and you have the hardware. I have the biggest GPUs available to train these things. I've been training them for weeks, and then I've been using my VFX expertise to work on it and to make it look even more real. But on the other hand, I also have one of the world's best imitators of Tom Cruise himself, and he even looks like him. So it's not easy to do what I did, because at the moment deepfakes are only covering the face, and it's very limited. There are only certain things you can do. So it's really hard to get to that level of realism. It's not just the technology, it's not just me doing what I do, it's also the actor. He's very good. That's what I said. So it's difficult to tell you an exact number, like how far are you away to achieve similar results in misusage, for example, with different characters. It'll be a few years before anyone else or people sitting at home can do these things. So like Nina said, like we're 5 to 7 years away for regular people being able to do these things.
Yeah, no, I think that's probably a relief to quite a few people listening. I think that level of realism behind the Tom Cruise deepfakes, or the deep Tom Cruise fakes, was the ones that I think really does get people scared, right? It's that like hyper realistic. You can't tell, even some people even doubt it even when they're told it is fake. So good to know that. I think it's a way off, but again, nonetheless, I think, again, as Nina hinted at, we need to be prepared. We need to be taking these things seriously and preparing, maybe not panicking right now though. In the context of solution approaches, right? So obviously, you know, I think we all agree, as Nina said, that, you know, this is something that right now perhaps isn't as bad as some people make it out to be, but we should still be preparing. We should still be getting ready. And there's a range of different solution approaches being adopted and developed by different kinds of stakeholders. That includes technical approaches like deepfake detection and content authenticity solutions, to legal approaches, to some kinds of media awareness and media literacy approaches. You know, and I think a lot of people agree that, you know, we can't take a silver bullet one style approach. You know, these working together need to be part of that solution approach. Nina, I wonder if you could give us just a brief overview of some of those technical approaches and maybe a couple of examples of legal solutions, and kind of give us a bit of an idea of, have these solutions been proved in the wild yet, and whether they present a realistic chance of tackling the problem, and if so, if there are any that stand out to you as most promising in their field.
Yeah, I mean, I would start by saying that even though we haven't kind of reached the deepfake Armageddon stage yet, we are undeniably at the very beginning of an AI-led paradigm change when it comes to media creation, communication, and our information ecosystem. And just like all technologies of the exponential age, there is no doubt that this is going to be an amplifier of human intention. So just as we're going to see a burst in terms of creativity, and you're going to see the democratization of this technology so that everyone will become a producer, a synthetic media producer in the not too distant future, it undeniably will be weaponized. So we have to prepare. When you start thinking about solutions, like you alluded to, there is no silver bullet solution, because you're talking about a rapidly changing information ecosystem where our relationship with media fundamentally changes. Until now, humans have tended to see something like video, media like video, audiovisual content, as almost an extension of reality, an extension of their own perception, unless it was created in the Hollywood studios and the movies, because that's not accessible to everyone, so we know it's make-believe, right? So when you have something as dramatic as potentially up to 90% of video content, by the way, that is a punchy statistic, but it's one that a founder in this space has sticks by. 90% of video content by 2030 will be synthetically generated. So when you're looking at a scenario that which might be unfolding very quickly, we have to think about what we're going to do. In terms of technical solutions, there are two ways to look at it. So you either build the AI to detect deep fakes or synthetic media, because to the human eye, it's going to be indistinguishable as the fidelity improves. Moreover, the bigger problem is going to be scale, right? When this starts being automated at scale, no human moderator is going to be able to sift through all the billions of pieces of media content every day and try to determine what's synthetic, what's not. So you build actual detection models. However, this as an approach is challenging technically, because as soon as you build a detector, generators are able to beat it. So it's never going to be, there's never going to be a one-size-fits-all model. Moreover, there's even a question as to whether the synthetic media becomes so sophisticated that at some point no detector can actually detect it. I think the academic research community is still undecided as to whether or not that point comes. And the second way to approach this from a technical perspective is to think about how do we re-authenticate trust in all authentic digital content. So this is the approach known as content authenticity and media provenance. And we're already seeing a whole coalition of actors coming together, trying to basically create an end-to-end open standard and technical specification on content provenance and authentication. You have players like Adobe involved, some tech companies who are helping to actually build the hardware and the software to fit in cameras and devices to track a piece of media content throughout that piece of content's whole life. So I think you have detection and authentication, but then on the kind of legal aspect, that the societal solutions, that's where it starts getting very, very complicated, because when it comes to legal prescriptions or policy or regulation, again, what we have now is quite piecemeal. And because there will be so many different applications for synthetic media, it's difficult to say, well, this is the one policy that will kind of prevent the misuse and kind of encourage the legitimate use cases of synthetic media. So to wrap it up, it's complicated.
Yeah, very much so. But I think you did a great job there of giving an overview. I would agree that the social ones are the hardest, and I think people kind of throw media literacy into the mix as well, and just like outlaw it or ban it in a way which isn't very constructive or very useful, and doesn't really get to the heart of the challenge when it's the very human problem when it comes to, as you know much better than I, Nina, the information ecosystem, but also when it comes to making sure the laws catch the right stuff. Chris, your work and artistry in this space is a lot about kind of building awareness and raising awareness, and especially after the Deep Tom Cruise videos, you came out and very vocally made a passionate case for responsible and ethical uses of synthetic media as something which needs to become the new standard amongst creators in your field. I wonder, what kinds of things do you take into consideration to make sure that your work is ethically okay and responsible, and how do you think maybe some of these formulations should be these formulations should be kind of put into practice in a more kind of official way, maybe through like codes of conduct, or again, is there, as we've seen with the EU's draft legislation on AI, there's some mentioning in there of maybe mandatory labeling of synthetically altered content. I'd love to get an idea of kind of, your thought process when making something to make sure it's as responsible and ethical as possible, and how you think we can encourage that behavior in the broader community.
Well, for corporate clients, it's straightforward. I have to have permission from the certain celebrity before we go ahead with any project. So it's like synthetic portrait rights. It's something new, but I only do it when we have the rights to do it. Like It's difficult to find the right word for me. Besides that, I always use my moral compass. Do I feel good about it? Am I harming someone? For the Deep Tom Cruise, for example, am I harming Tom Cruise's image? Am I making him say something he would never say? And as well, if this person doesn't like it and he would ask me to take it down, I think it's really important to do it, because at the moment it's a gray area and we still don't have any laws of rules which are active right now. So I think it'll be good to have some way of branding these videos so people realize they are fake. And as I said, synthetic portrait rights. I think that's going to be something really important in the near future. For example, you have Neymar selling his synthetic portrait rights to a certain brand to create videos, and I think it's a win-win for the company and for himself as well, because he doesn't have to go to the location to do the shoot, and the company can create a commercial every day of the year with his written permission. So it's a win-win for both.
Yeah, very interesting. Indeed, you both kind of nicely led here onto the final question. But I think, Chris, I think one of the things you've done with this project, with Deep Tom Cruise and other things as well, is that there's a lot of creative potential for satire and for kind of entertainment in this space. And a lot of the narrative around deepfakes is kind of quite scary and focusing on those malicious uses. But as Nina mentioned as well, this is the beginning of a kind of like a almost Zeitgeistian change in the way that we communicate, how we produce media, and the kind of creative possibilities it poses. Which I guess brings us full circle to kind of the topic of this discussion, which is, will 2030 be real? And I know, Nina, that you and I both believe that this technology is part of a huge shift in the way we consume and create media. And indeed, you've already beat me to the punchline again of that stat that founder talks about often. I guess I'd be really interested to understand from your perspective, do you think 2030 will mark a point where synthetic media is ever present? And how can we add some nuance to this conversation in a way that doesn't trivialize the problems that are very real that deepfakes pose in malicious uses in the cybersecurity space, disinformation space, and in the non-consensual sexual image abuse space? But also we kind of move this conversation to also acknowledge and not feel bad about being excited about the creative potential when used responsibly.
Yeah, I think whether or not we're at that point by 2030 or 2027 or 2035, the point is that the future will be synthetic. And by that, what I mean is increasingly media is going to be generated and manipulated by AI. I think the only way we can think about this is in terms of a paradigm change. I already mentioned that I came at it initially from the angle of disinformation and geopolitics and statescraft. But since I started working in this field, I realized it's so much bigger than that. And I think the closest analogy I can draw is kind of almost to the birth of the internet. That's how revolutionary I think it will be in terms of human communication and in terms of changing the paradigm and the way that we interact with each other in terms of what it's going to do to our information ecosystem. If you look at all of the data and all of the trends, audiovisual media is becoming the most important medium of human communication, right? By next year, over 80% of internet traffic is going to be driven by video uploads and streaming and downloads. And by 2023, 5.6 billion people are going to be sharing their own audiovisual content online. We're not only consuming it, but we're all becoming producers as well. And as this technology becomes democratized, and I know we kind of said, oh, well, it's not, there's a bit of a breathing room here because it's 5 to 7 years because before the kind of fidelity we saw with Deep Tom Cruise is available to just a regular anybody. But we know that that is coming, right? And it's happening very, very quickly. So again, I think the only way we can start thinking about this and preparing for this future is in terms of a paradigm change. And I think it's very important then to discuss the nuance of this conversation, just because it is not only going to be a future that is full of risk, it is a future that has a lot of opportunities, creative opportunities. So how do we navigate the synthetic future in a way that allows us to exploit the opportunities, many of which are manifesting far quicker right now than the malicious use cases, whilst mitigating against some of the worst use cases again? I would say that my previous point about how this is, the analogy I draw is to the birth of the internet, right? When the internet was born, we had this utopian vision that it would just liberate humanity for the rest of our for the rest of time. It'd be this unmitigated good for humanity. And since then, we've seen that the internet also has a darker side. I would say with deep fakes and synthetic media, it's actually been the other way around, right? Since it started emerging in the public consciousness, people have been like, oh my God, this is devastating. This is the most awful tool of disinformation. But actually, it has this there are two sides to it. So
absolutely,
talking about the nuance is the most important part, I would say.
Absolutely, and I think that's something again that we've discussed, Nina, is how we need to potentially think about a new way of talking about deepfakes and synthetic media to kind of move away from the negative connotations that deepfake have in some use cases at least, and make it clear that there are positive ways of using this tech. I think we've got quite a few questions, which is great. So I guess we can start with a question from Ben Wills. And Ben says, do you think that by 2030, we will still be able to study the real history of 1930? Deepfakes could change how historical sources are studied and present both negatively and positively, which is a fascinating question, and one that was touched on actually by a web series called Deepfakery by Witness and MIT's documentary lab, the Co-Creation Studios, where they talk to archivists about this question, specifically using this example of this deepfake of Richard Nixon, which was created by MIT Media Lab, where he read his contingency speech for the disaster if Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong were stuck on the moon, and they were talking about how this could be potentially used, or how this could potentially kind of give us an idea of how this could emerge. Yeah, I think, Chris, you're working with this stuff day in, day out, and you're seeing how different artists are using it. I'd love to see what you think about how deepfakes could muddy that water.
Well, it's interesting. It's interesting because the technology is getting better, but at the same time, we'll be able to create new content of the same things that happened, which we have no video footage of. It's really difficult to determine if what you're looking at is going to be real. So it's really difficult to to give you a really good answer on that. Actually, it gives you a lot of creative freedom, of course, but it's positive and negative at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, Nina, you've studied disinformation in the propaganda space, how the USSR and other countries have used disinformation, media manipulation to change the way people remember things. I guess maybe this is something that you've kind of thought about. I'm sure you have.
Yeah, it's a really great question, and I would say caveat it. I'd start by saying, the wish to rewrite the historical record by manipulating media is an old one, and a really keen proponent in the 20th century was Joseph Stalin. As he had his great purges of the 1930s and his enemies were eliminated one by one, he literally had them unpersoned or removed from photographs. And there was this entire cottage industry that developed under Stalinism, which was dedicated to these master artsmen kind of manipulating the photographic record, so rewriting history. But the difference now, of course, is that with synthetic media, the manipulations that you're going to be able to do are far more sophisticated than what the kind of master arts craftsmen could do under Stalin. And it will become democratized in a way that wasn't previously accessible. So under Stalin, you really had to, this was laborious work. This took many, many weeks. It wasn't accessible to everyone. But hypothetically now, in the next 5 to 7 years, if you've just heard us discussing in this panel, anybody will have the power to piggyback off AI to find a secret recording of JFK, the speech that he was going to make during the Cuban Missile Crisis that went missing for the last 30 years. So there absolutely is a very important point about what that means for the historical record. And the further related point I would make to that is that aside from fake manipulations of history, which almost anyone can make, there's another consequence of synthetic media becoming ubiquitous. And that is that as people, bizarrely, start to become educated, I hate that word, or start to find out about synthetic media and understand that the record can be manipulated in this way, which wasn't possible before, you start to actually lose doubt in all authentic media as well. This is a phenomenon known as a liar's dividend. So it's not only that somebody can fake the historical record, people become more subjective in their interpretations. So the real damage might become in the sense that there is authentic record, visual evidence of something that's happened in history, but that just becomes open to debate whether or not that actually took place.
Absolutely, and I'm glad you got the liar's dividend in there, Nina, because that's a really important one for the audience to be aware of. We've had a question here, which is an interesting one, which is that someone here, Andrew Rogowski, I apologize if I mispronounced that, saying the tech is already here. See Soul Machines in New Zealand, which is another synthetic media company. They have a worrying proposition, he says, to lease celebrity avatars for advertising. What are your views on such developments? Again, Chris, as someone who is alluded to, is working with people kind of leasing in this way celebrity avatars, or you're using, you know, celebrities' likeness with permission in this context. I'd be really interested to see how you think about this. Do you see it as worrying, or is it something you think can be done responsibly?
Well, it depends. I think it's really important for talents to that when they're gonna sell their synthetic portrait rights, that's something that's coming in the near future, that they're working with ethical companies. So I'm not sure of this example of this Soul Machines in New Zealand, but it's really important that they have permission of the celebrity, and then the celebrity knows what it's going to be used for. It's actually exactly the same as the celebrity himself or herself doing a commercial for a certain brand. So it's worrying, but it depends on the situation, right?
Absolutely. I think that's a very good point there, which is that, you know, consent, and actually a lot of celebrities may see that as a, well, great, this saves me time, this frees up room in my schedule, you know, we can make more videos. So I guess, you know, perhaps it's maybe a deeper philosophical question about like authenticity in the digital world. But I think you're right that a lot of celebrities may actually see this as quite a positive development. Nina, another question here from Ben Wills, which I think is a very interesting one that, you know, we've spoken about definitely, which is, what is the role of AI text generation for deepfakes, such as GPT-3 and other models? You know, what are some of the threats and risks, or potentially opportunities again, that we've seen with this technology? We've got 3 minutes, so quick fire this time.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about deepfakes, we tend to think about audio and video, but absolutely, GPT-3 is a model released by OpenAI, which is all about using AI for synthetic text generation. And this is something that really interested me and terrified me, because I read a paper released by an academic institute that studies terrorism, where they tested the GPT-3 model and its ability to basically be able to radicalize people online. So it's basically AI acting as though it's a real person having conversation with potential, you know, jihadist recruits. And the results in that paper, it's by the Middlesbrough Institute of Terrorism, are absolutely terrifying. So when you think about at scale using AI to automate text generation, specifically in its malicious use cases, what a powerful weapon that can be. For instance, you're a politician and you release a campaign and you get inundated by all these comments from your voters online, but it all turns out that it's synthetically generated text. It's, I think, a threat vector which hasn't been explored as much as some of the audiovisual content that we've been speaking about, but it certainly is not one where we can afford to be slow, or you know, it's certainly one that needs to be looked at. Not least because all text, right? Whether you write an email or you're writing your book on your laptop, it's synthetic anyway, right? That's not authentic media. So there's a big question as to how do you detect synthetic text? How do you know if I wrote it on my laptop or if this is something that's generated by AI? So it's a good point. I don't have an answer in terms of how do we solve the problem of malicious synthetic text generation, but yeah, it's definitely a problem.
Absolutely. And I would add, though, that there are a couple of positive uses, such as, you write a line for your email and it turns it into a kind of like a more substantial email, or for like kind of creative uses again. But certainly there's some very worrying ones that you talked about there. I believe we're at time. So thank you both so much for this fascinating discussion. I think we did very well to fit as much in as we did in the time that we had. I hope that our audience has kind of got a bit of a better idea of the kind of the nuances of this space. And whilst we should, as Nina has talked about, be worried, as Chris has also very helpfully illustrated, there are some things that we can be excited about and can be done responsibly. So thank you all so much. To our listeners, thank you as well for your time. Look forward to kind of watching some of the future sessions today and tomorrow with you all. And yeah, have a great rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back once again to the Cyber and Defense stage here at COGX 2021. That's also the hashtag. Well, we are going to be going into a wonderful panel on what is SolarWinds, Russia, and the new Cold War. What I find absolutely fascinating about this is we've all seen what has happened, and who doesn't love, sorry if you are in Russia or if you are Russian, but who doesn't love to talk about just really the threat factor, but also the very interesting aspects of the Cold War and how it has changed and how it's been manipulated and just actually just different than how it was, but it's still the same characters. It's really quite weird, but very fascinating. But I'll get out the way now because I do want to introduce our host and the moderator for this panel, and that's Jaya Balu, who is the Chief Information Security Officer for Avast. And you may have recognized her because she was on our wonderful panel earlier on existential threats. So I'm going to hand that over to you, Jaya.
Thank you, Suki. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'd like to start immediately by welcoming our incredibly esteemed guests, Lauren and Stephen. So if we could get Lauren and Stephen over, I'd like to introduce them both. There we go. Hi, guys. So let me start by saying that we're incredibly lucky to have both of them with us. Lauren Zvierek is the Executive Director of the Cyber Project at Harvard Kennedy School's Belfer Center. And she came to this role as a graduate of Kennedy School's MPA program. She was an intelligence officer in the US Air Force at the beginning of her career, a civilian intelligence analyst with the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. And it is with extreme thanks that she completed 3 war zone deployments. After leaving the NGA, she joined the threat intelligence startup Recorded Future, where she did all types of intelligence analysis. And we're super happy to have her with us today. And Stephen Pfeiffer is on the Center for the United States and Europe at the Brookings Institution and a William J. Perry Fellow at the Center for International Security and Cooperation at Stanford University. He spent more than 25 years with the State Department, focusing on U.S. relations with the former Soviet Union and Europe, and has been an ambassador to the Ukraine. In addition to Ukraine, he's also been serving different embassies in Warsaw, Moscow, London, and with the U.S. delegation to negotiate the intermediate range nuclear forces in Geneva. So I have to say, we could not have picked better people to talk about this issue. So thankful that you're here today. And if we could start by really simply, talking about the very simple question, does history actually repeat itself? Is this or isn't this a new Cold War? So what do you think about that, Lauren?
Well, good morning, everyone, at least good morning from where I am. And Jaya, thanks so much for that introduction. That was really great. It's wonderful to be here. I think that, in this case, history, doesn't necessarily repeat itself, but as I've heard other people say, it does rhyme, right? So we are in a state of conflict right now with Russia, just, not necessarily overt conflict, but definitely conflict that, has an impact on, our everyday lives. And, cyber offers adversaries, criminals, etc., the ability to have reach and to have scale, and also to do this without necessarily having to put any boots on the ground and have some impact, into furthering, a nation's or an actor's interests, right? So, I hesitate to say that, this is necessarily a new Cold War. I think that, it's a different argument. It's a different time. But certainly, our relations are not great right now. And, a lot of this conflict, is really playing out in cyberspace.
Stephen, do you want to add to that in terms of what's different now from before?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having me. But yeah, let me go back and look at the Cold War, which was a period between the United States and the Soviet Union of political, military, economic, ideological competition. And the Russia-U.S. relationship now is in a difficult state, but it's different. Militarily, yes, Russia still has a large nuclear arsenal, but it doesn't have the conventional military power relative to the United States the Soviet Union had. Economically, if you look at the Russian economy, it's about 1/7 the size of the American economy. And the ideological aspect is gone. Russia gave up communism. And I guess if you had to describe an ideology for the Kremlin, it's now would be crony, kleptocratic authoritarianism, which doesn't have much appeal except to other kleptocratic authoritarians. So it's a different relationship. It's still very difficult. And I think in the Kremlin today, you've got a leadership, Vladimir Putin, but also his inner circle, that see the U.S.-Russia relationship largely in adversarial terms. And a big part of this is because of Russian domestic politics. Vladimir Putin, in his first 8 years as president, was able to justify regime legitimacy on the basis of economics because the Russian economy was growing from 2000 to 2008. Today, the economy is stagnant, and regime legitimacy now in Russia is based upon nationalism. Russia is a great power, and for that narrative, Russia needs an opponent. And they define the United States as the Glavny Protivnik, the main opponent. And in that adversarial relationship, the Kremlin feels that it is acceptable to do things like interfere in American domestic politics and use cyber means.
Mm-hmm. And this brings us to something really interesting, because exactly that, using cyber means, was just done with the SolarWinds attack. And just to refresh everyone's memory, what we basically saw was a cyber attack on SolarWinds, which is a small company that delivers network monitoring software. But this supply chain attack affected hundreds of companies, really important ones, as well as several federal agencies. Lauren, can you comment for us and tell us the story about how we examine the SolarWinds attack and other recent attacks that have been attributed to Russia?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, the SolarWinds, and I don't necessarily like to use the word attack because I think especially for the public, it offers sort of a different understanding of what happened. So I like to use the word operation, and especially in the SolarWinds case, it was at this point in our understanding was an espionage operation. Now, we don't know the extent of what the actors may have stolen. We don't know if it sort of goes beyond just espionage. And when I say that, I mean, were they able to essentially implant or in place some sort of code that would allow them to, say, disrupt or destroy or degrade any sort of network and capabilities and things like that? We don't know that yet. I imagine after maybe a year or so, we may have better information. But using this particular company's software updates and their product, they did their homework. They did their research. Basically, this is a very highly sophisticated and persistent operation, but they knew that this particular software was used in a multitude of companies and organizations. And so it's like this one entry point that kind of opened up all these different doors for that actor. And so, as we mentioned, different networks in the government, at least, the DoD, Commerce, State, the National Nuclear Security Agency, et cetera, a plethora of organizations, which is extremely concerning. And so looking forward to really understanding the full scope if we ever get that. Now, we have some more recent events, and those have been perpetrated by cyber criminals. And we don't know, are they operating sort of with tacit support or more than that? We don't know. But certainly, at least the Biden administration has said, Russia likely has some sort of say for some of these. And so again, in the public, on the outside, I don't think we quite know. There was a great article that came out this past weekend in the Washington Post in which a number of recorded future analysts were quoted, especially some ransomware experts, them kind of pointing to there's code in Russian, there's a lot of times where, within that code, it's sort of directed that they won't target certain targets like Russian targets, things like that. So there's a lot of speculation. And we see a lot of these ransomware attacks happening. It's kind of like we're watching and seeing this happen all over now that it's been happening, but I think those attacks are getting increasing in sophistication and scale and severity.
Yeah. So if we take a look at these, and you say don't call it an attack, it's an operation, but when you're an actual company and someone is stealing your source code and pretending to be you in order to get an exfiltration capability in another company, then that company sees it as an attack. And we've had our own issues at Avast, so it's can get quite visceral. But
yeah.
I ask you, Stephen, how do we distinguish the cybercrime operations with the gangs that were responsible for the Capital pipeline ransomware versus other ransomware variants we saw with JES Meet and intelligence operations? How do we split those apart?
Yeah, well, I think one of the problems with the whole cyber world is attribution of either attacks or ransomware operations or intelligence operations. Sometimes can be very difficult. But I think Lauren made a really important point is, it was SolarWind, was it about intelligence gathering or was it something else? I mean, did they put in code that could be potentially disruptive in the future? Did they sabotage systems? And it seems to me that there's an important distinction there. And go back to 2016 and the Russian stealing of the DNC emails. I think a lot of people on the American side would say, okay, taking those emails, that's an intelligence operation, and it's our bad. It was on our side we didn't protect those emails. But what I think was seen by Washington as crossing the line was then weaponizing that intelligence by then making those emails available in a way that was very clearly designed to negatively impact the Clinton campaign. Mm-hmm. And so that was, I think, the difference. You go back to, the U.S. government is still paying for regular credit reviews for me because I was among 20 million Americans whose records in OPM, the Office of Personnel Management, the Chinese hacked into. And basically, senior American officials said, good operation, we wish we could do something similar. So there's a difference, I think, between intelligence gathering, which, both sides do. I expect and assume that the U.S. government has cyber intelligence operations going on. And on one level, I'm not sure we can get too outraged about things that we may be doing ourselves. The question, though, becomes if they're doing sabotage or doing things that are potentially disruptive. That, I think, is viewed as crossing the line. Now, on cybercrime, there's a question there, which it does appear, at least what we've seen in the press, that these ransomware attacks may originate in Russia but are not state-sponsored. But then is a question, doesn't the Russian government have a responsibility to create a legal environment in which these things are not tolerated? Now, it was interesting over the weekend, Mr. Putin made a comment where he suggested, well, perhaps we can have a discussion with the Americans about how to control these things. And, we'd expect the Americans to do something similar. There may be a potential discussion to be had there, although I would be really interested in hearing what he wants from the United States in return. Because that may be something a little bit different. I remember going back to 20 years ago in the U.S. government when we, in the aftermath of 9/11, set up a channel to talk about cooperation against terrorism. And the American focus here was on Al-Qaeda and similar groups. The Russian focus was we want intelligence that we can use against the Chechens. Yeah. And so sometimes that trade was not quite what it seemed when first described. And we'll see perhaps on Wednesday in Geneva if Mr. Putin has something specific in mind.
And do you think, that we can actually have like a reasonable conversation about looking at some of those specific cybercrime operations? Can we actually go to a place where we would have joint law enforcement towards these cybercrime operations or tracing them? Lauren or Stephen?
I think it's possible. So we at the Cyber Project, we just put out this paper exploring, whether there could be rules of the road in cyber with Russia. And that was one particular confidence building measure suggestion that we had. And so I think it's possible, but again, there's I think a fine line that we have to understand. So as Steve was saying, there are going to be differences. There are differences in the way that we sort of see the use of the internet, right? They sort of look at it as increased state control, and we don't look at that way at all. And so, we're sort of worried. They're looking at introducing a new cybercrime convention, so something different from the Budapest Convention, which most countries had signed on to. And so the West and the United States are very worried about that, because many see it as a potential move to exert more state control of the internet and sort of allow that to happen, right? And so any sort of dialogue or agreement there has to sort of thread that needle on, what we truly mean by cybercrime, and who's perpetrating it, and what the legal ramifications would be in the different countries. But it's possible at some point. But I do think that President Biden will have an interesting and challenging discussion here on Wednesday.
So on that, better rules of the road, what do you think of things like the responsible behavior in cyberspace and the other norms? I mean, we have a treaty with China that was done during the Obama administration, but it really hasn't had some perceptible effort in terms of reducing the total amount of Chinese hacking. So what else needs to be done?
Well, from our perspective, as we sort of write in this paper, we believe that it would be probably more effective, even though more challenging, more difficult, to have a bilateral agreement with Russia in these rules of the road. And it would have to be very specific. So some of the areas that we're really looking at are really like barring attacks on critical infrastructure, things like that. And so we think if there's a bilateral agreement that the two of us can sort of talk about these issues without, necessarily having to sort of customize it for other nations. And not only that, but, bringing it as a bipartisan discussion within Congress. And so, not necessarily having it be sort of an executive order, if that makes sense. So making sure that we are all aligned around this discussion, taking out any of the politics around it, and really focusing on the national security aspects of it.
And Stephen, yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I think that there is a place for a U.S.-Russia dialogue, and actually one place it may take, or at least part of that discussion may take place in is, both sides seem to be interested in starting strategic stability talks, which during the Cold War were mainly focused on strategic nuclear weapons, but I think both sides now recognize there's a number of other factors that can affect stability, and it's missile defense, it's long-range conventional strike, but cyber as well. So there may be some logic in a U.S.-Russia discussion on cyber, and can you have some rules of the road, some measure agreement. Although I guess I would go into that conversation probably with a fairly skeptical attitude, in part because I do think, as Lorna suggested, the Russian intent when you're talking about cyber and that whole world, I mean, for example, they would like to assert more restrictive rules on use of the internet than I think anybody in the United States or the West would want to see. And in some cases, you're going to be talking about kinds of behavior that the Russians will be denying that they conduct, when we have, I think, pretty convincing evidence that, in fact, the Russians do that. So the dialogue may make some sense, but I would have pretty modest expectations at the beginning. And then again, you get into, I think, some very difficult questions just because of things like the difficulty of attribution. Sometimes you may not be able to, decide, or you may think the Russians have done it, and the Russians may have a way to deny it. And we've seen, I think, a fairly standard Kremlin response is when the United States talks about, the hacking that took place in 2016 or other Russian cyber attacks. The Russians say, well, the Americans never share us the proof. And the Russians know we're not going to share the evidence, because the evidence is developed in certain ways by certain techniques. And by sharing all of the evidence with the Russians, we will expose how we learned that. So it's a game that we have to be very careful about entering.
Yeah, and
go ahead, Lauren.
Jump in real quick with that. Something that, in this paper that I'm talking about, there was a Russian author that wrote the what he thought, from his perspective, from the Russian perspective. And one thing that I learned, through reading his side of it, is that Russia hasn't acknowledged any sort of offensive cybercrime capability or activity. And so that in itself, I think, makes dialogues harder. And so, there's a really big gap that we need to sort of come together on. And that is one of them, to even start to have a dialogue about these sorts of capabilities and what we might say is appropriate or inappropriate, and what we might come to an agreement on. And so, starting there, I think. And then, to Steve's point on attribution, that goes to the whole verification and, understanding of capabilities and things like that. And, we agree, obviously, attribution is hard, but it's not impossible. And something that I've put out a suggestion on, and Jay, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, but, is sort of an international standards body on attribution, on those particular standards, not necessarily an attribution body itself, but like a standards body on making those standards themselves much more
I find it so ridiculously difficult now because, for example, for every single threat actor group that's been defined, you'll see that they have 20 names depending on who you're talking to.
Yeah.
So if we take a look, for example, at what we saw with SolarWinds, choose your pick. What do you want to call them? The Dukes, APT29, Nobelium. We can or keep going on and on and on. So I think it's really relevant to kind of have some method of standardization just in terms of taxonomy, and to be able to not only discuss the threat actor, but using something like a MITRE framework to discuss what actually happened at each stage of the attack, that we all adopt that we all speak in the same way about attacks in order to do better defense. That would be awesome. But that's actually my next question to you, Lauren. What is defending forward?
Great question. So defending forward is essentially the operational concept of cybercomm strategy, persistent engagement. So you'll hear them often together, persistent engagement and defending forward. And to what we're just discussing, where Russia really hasn't acknowledged any sort of overt cyber or offensive cyber capabilities or anything. Mm-hmm. The United States has been very overt in talking about our military cyber capabilities, not necessarily anything more secret than that. And so because of the sort of ambient cyber conflict, that's how we term it. General Nakasone, the commander of Cybercom, he calls it corrosive cyber attacks. Essentially, there's this whole area below the level of actual cyber war where there's lethality, there's attacks, there's destruction, disruption, all that. There's sort of this gray area, and that's where we think that deterrence works, sort of in that cyber war level. But below that, there really hasn't been a lot of agreement. I mean, absolutely, there are norms and that people are agreeing on, and we can get into that later. But so Cybercom in 2018 decided, okay, we need to have a better strategy for how we deal with these cyber operations, these small cyber attacks, within that gray zone. And so they, decided they wanted to sort of be out forward, be, stopping attacks before they essentially get to our networks. And so, but, we have to have this layered approach, right? The military in cybercom can't defend us all. I mean, especially by statute, and our adversaries know that. Same thing with NSA. They know that those entities can't be operating in domestic networks. And so, for better or for worse, we really need to focus more on defense. The companies and the organizations and the agencies, et cetera, within our domestic networks, we need to focus more on defense.
But that being said, it could be interpreted almost as an offensive action, some of this forward defense stuff. So, and it brings me to something else that I don't know if I will ever understand if I take it in from the nuclear context to the cyber context. And Stephen, I want to ask you that because there's very few people that have actually been practitioners in doing discussions on non-proliferation and deterrence. How would you approach this?
Yeah, well, I mean, deterrence is basically persuading an adversary that the risks and the cost of his or her actions far outweigh any possible gains he or she might hope to achieve. And so there's two ways to do deterrence. One is deterrence by denial. I mean, if you can prevent the adversary from conducting a successful offensive operation, they're not going to get the benefits. But the other part of deterrence is the retaliatory threat, is basically threatening an adversary that if you do A, I'm going to respond by doing B, and B will be so painful to you that you will not want to do action A to begin with. And here's where, I spent a lot of my career in the Foreign Service working on arms control and nuclear deterrence. Here's where I think the cyber deterrence is a bit more difficult. And there's really two things here. One is when you look at nuclear deterrence, the Russians know the capabilities we have. Under the new Strategic Arms Reductions Treaty, twice a year, we give the Russians a whole bunch of data on how many ballistic missiles and strategic bombers and deployed strategic warheads we have. And the Russians see us when we exercise these capabilities. They see the test launches. And you don't really have that in the cyber world. I suspect that the United States has a significant amount of offensive cyber capability that would be very scary to potential adversaries, but we don't seem to talk about that. And my own assumption is that a lot of those offensive cyber capabilities are probably intertwined with cyber intelligence operations, which we don't want to talk about. So that's one problem. The second problem I think we have is that U.S. society is more dependent upon cyber systems than Russia. And so the concern is if you got into an exchange of cyber attacks, at the end of the day, we're going to be more vulnerable. And at least from what I've seen in press reporting, there have been several points where the United States has considered, because of Russian actions, perhaps launching a fairly significant cyber attack in retaliation. But in a way, we've been self-deterred because of the vulnerability of our own systems here at home. So I think it does in the deterrence world. It gets back to in the cyber world, we have to do more deterrence by denial. And that is making our own systems, particularly for critical infrastructure and government, more secure and more resilient to make them hard targets. Ideally so hard that the Russians, stop trying to penetrate those targets.
Absolutely.
Yeah, these are the best words you can say to a security professional, which is to make sure you focus on our own defense before we look at doing hacking back or other things. So that's an excellent answer. And if we take this like one step further and we think about, okay, what does that really mean in terms of what's happening right now, which is about to happen with the Biden-Putin summit, what type of things would we like to see on the agenda that actually are being driven forward?
Well,
Lauren?
I think one thing that President Biden, could do and should do, and by the indications I think he will do, is sit down fairly early on with President Putin and say, look, these are certain things that if Russia does them, we consider them unacceptable actions. Interference in American politics, certain types of cyber actions, I think will be on that list. Creating an environment in which non-state actors can, a permissive environment in Russia where non-state actors can carry out these kinds of ransomware attacks that we've seen in the last 6 months. And just tell Putin, these are unacceptable actions to us. And you should understand that if they continue, there will be an American response. It may be additional economic sanctions or the kinds of responses, but he wants to give Putin a clear sense that there will be American retaliation. And the idea there is, as the Kremlin considers the costs and benefits of certain actions, to raise in their mind that there will be distinct risks and costs, and maybe dissuade the Kremlin from doing those things. Now, my guess is Mr. Putin's going to say, we don't do any of that stuff. You can't prove it. And Mr. Biden shouldn't argue the point. He should just say, fine, Vladimir, you say that, but you need to know when you go back to Moscow that if these things continue, there will be a response. And then I think it'll be important that if those things do continue, in fact, that there is a response. It has to be backed up by real action.
And is this a little bit of walk softly but carry a big cyber stick?
Yeah. You want to, it's the kind of thing that we want the Russians to understand that certain activities are out of bounds. And if they continue to conduct them, there will be a price to be paid. And I think, and that message can be delivered. It doesn't have to be done in a hostile way. It can be done quite matter-of-factly, but it's part of the point. The White House talks about making the relationship more stable and predictable. I want the Kremlin to understand that certain actions are going to generate predictable American responses, because that goes into their calculation.
And in terms of that, and we haven't, discussed this before, but in terms of that, to what extent does the Snowden leaking of information in terms of American capabilities on some of the offensive side beyond what we disclose publicly, what impact do you think that could potentially had on these discussions? Either one of you.
I'm not so comfortable talking about the Snowden stuff. So
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. We didn't prep that one, so all good. I am going to take it now to questions from the audience. And the first one is from Leila Boulton, who asks, as the G7 discusses how to counter the influence of autocrats, what response on the part of the West would encourage Russia to stop enabling such attacks? So what is the actual response that we would do?
Yeah, I think right now with this particular summit and of course the G7, I'm not really sure that much will happen right now, to encourage Russia to whether stop these attacks, on the nation state side or, on the criminal side to sort of shut it down or again, we don't necessarily know the level of support, so whether it's, shut it down or make arrests, things like that. But I think what this summit and the G7 does is maybe start to lay the foundation for that, lay the framework for that, for maybe those future discussions, whether on an official level or even on the track 1.5 or track 2 level. And because I think that there's a lot to be done there. There's a lot of discussion to have. There's a lot of I hesitate to say
that. Sorry, can you explain the track 1.5, track 2 level? I don't know if everyone.
Absolutely. And this is something I didn't really know until my time here at the Belfer Center. But essentially, a track 1.5 or a track 2 dialogue is a dialogue between mostly like academic institutions, maybe other organizations between the two countries that sort of allow for formally informal discussion on some important issues and allowing people to meet each other, to talk about these issues, to sort of, start to understand, what's off limits, what's, on the table, et cetera, and to have that familiarity and dare I say to maybe, just maybe, start to build a little bit of trust and familiarity. So I think it's a really good diplomatic tool in the toolbox, basically.
Yeah, and you actually have a lot of track 2 conversations that go on, for example, on nuclear arms and arms control issues. And in fact, during the second term of the Obama administration, when the track 1, the official channels between Washington and Moscow were really, not very active, we actually were encouraged by people in the Obama administration to have those track 2 conversations, because that was a way to sort of get an idea what the Russians were thinking, at least keep, some back and forth exchange going. But back to the question on the G7, I mean, at some point the G7 may be able to coalesce around a strategy, but my guess right now is, the United States is probably in a stronger position, both in terms of U.S. capabilities to retaliate against Russia, but there's also a difference in just, I think, the level of threat that people see from Russia. So when you look at the Biden administration, when they describe the relationship with Russia, they do say it's a largely adversarial relationship. Now, it doesn't mean that we can't cooperate on some areas, and I hope and expect that in Geneva, for example, that they might launch strategic stability talks and get a path going that might ultimately begin in some kind of arms negotiations. But we see it largely an adversarial relationship. I just spent 5 months in Berlin, and while the Germans are seeing this relationship, and I think the German assessment is different than it was, say, 5 or 6 years ago, they probably wouldn't use the word threat, they would use the word challenge. And so when you have different perspectives and different assessments of how big of a challenge, how big of a threat there is from Russia in the cyber world, that can make it difficult then for the G7 as a group to coalesce around a single response strategy.
Yeah, and I think too there, just to jump in real quick, I think there's a real opportunity for these nations to actually start to talk about more of a collective defense strategy, for instance. So yeah. I'd love to see that come out of there.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you see that in NATO. I mean, NATO's actually sent up, basically a cyber center now to basically share best practices among NATO members. So there is some thinking already in that direction.
Mm-hmm. So I have another question from David Wood, which is, isn't one of these incoming attacks the fact that the NSA decided to keep various zero-day exploit secrets for their own usage, but info about them leaked to adversaries who then exploited them?
So I'm not exactly sure which particular attack that David's speaking about, but it's been written about, in the press about the NotPetya cyber attack using, particular exploit. And so, yeah, I think what it does is highlight that it's not just the United States that are, vulnerable to attacks. Like everyone's really, especially Russia, we're all sort of vulnerable to the threats emanating from cyber. And that's why I think in the long run, again, there has to be a lot of work to get to this point, but in the long run, it really behooves not only our two nations, but also other nations, across the globe to come to an agreement on certain, cyber rules of the road. Because it's certainly dangerous. And I think even when nations, take the utmost care in the things that they do, there's still sort of danger in that.
Yeah. And so I don't know if you wanted to react to that, Stephen, or if we can go to the next question. Do you want to?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand enough about the phrase zero-day exploits.
Those are just attacks. Yeah, they're new attack vectors or possibilities, techniques that the maker of the software or tool or library doesn't know about. So they're known for 0 days before they get exploited in the wild.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. I mean, there's a conversation to be had, but again, I think Lauren's probably right. It probably starts out sensibly as a U.S.-Russia conversation. Mm-hmm. I'm not quite sure though how far that conversation gets before it begins to get bogged down in just the very different approaches between the sides.
Yeah. Let's go to the next question, which I'd like to ask you, Stephen, which is from Paul Cleulau. I hope I'm not butchering your name. Can there be a cyber equivalent of the SALT talks?
Yeah, there can be discussions, but again, look at the SALT talks or the START talks. I mean, SALT, strategic arms limitations, START, strategic arms reductions. To make those negotiations work and to produce the the new START treaty is, with all of its protocols, it's 500 pages. So the sides have to acknowledge their capabilities. They have to have a discussion about those capabilities. So each would have to have a really good understanding of their cyber capabilities. There have to be defined limitations, defined rules of the road. And then I think the big question in the cyber world is then verification. I mean, you never would have gotten the new START treaty if you could not define rules that allow verification provisions. So under the new START treaty, there's data exchanges. The United States and Russia exchange 2,000 notifications a year about changes in their strategic forces. And you have on-site inspections, including where American inspectors can go and say, open up that missile silo, take the nose cone off. We want to count the number of warheads and confirm the number you told us. And I think the verification thing, and I'll defer here to Lauren on this, I think verification in the cyber world gets really, really difficult. And so I think at the end of the day, the kind of a detailed agreement that you have with the physical things of, ballistic missiles and bombers and warheads may be hard to replicate in the cyber world.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The verification piece, I think, is a huge hurdle to get past. And so, I think that's why we sort of took the approach of trying to come to an agreement on some very specific things like, attacks against critical infrastructure, barring attacks on nuclear facilities, et cetera. And then, being able to have that bilateral agreement. But yeah, the verification and the enforcement, I think, is what, will actually need to be really worked out between, the diplomats and the officials there.
Yeah. And then
in strategic stability terms, I would say few things would be more destabilizing between the United States and Russia than the ability of one country to hack into, to penetrate the other side's nuclear command and control systems and disrupt those. I mean, that would be hugely destabilizing. But it gets to the question, would the targeted nation even know?
Yeah.
And I think that's that's a big problem. I mean, how do you ban something and then have confidence that that ban is being observed when, because of the difficulties of cyber attribution, you may not know it in fact has happened?
No, this is a fundamental dilemma. And we're going to close in a minute. We're technically over time, but I'm just going to ask you, if you have one final piece of advice or a wish or one thing you'd like to see done at the end of these talks, maybe it's not the end, maybe it's the beginning, what would that thing be? What would a successful outcome look like? Is it a joint cybercrime operation?
Go ahead, Steve.
I mean, if you could have a discussion with the Russians, that would, again, it's going to be very difficult to my mind to get into limitations on what the governments may do against one another. But if there would be some kind of a discussion that would result in a less permissive environment in Russia for cyber criminals to operate, I think that would be useful progress. But I guess my broader point would be is that at the end of the day, we're going to have to be a lot more serious about deterrence by denial. And that is, we've got to take steps to make our government systems and our critical infrastructure cyber systems much more defended, much more secure. They have to be resilient to attacks by the other sides, because I think this is a world where the temptations, and we're not just talking about attacks coming from Russia, but there's a whole bunch of other countries out there that can conduct these kinds of attacks. And there's a whole lot of non-state actors who can do it as well. So for defense, for deterrence in the cyber world, I think we're going to be much more dependent on deterrence by defense, deterrence by denial.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think coming out of this meeting, really laying the foundation for future discussions, showing that there is interest on both sides, willingness to actually engage in these dialogues. And then, as Steve said, we definitely need to focus more on the defense or the deterrence by denial, so the collective defense aspect of it.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Stephen. Can I just say it has been such a pleasure. And I hope our audience also realizes how lucky we were to have both of you talk to us about this issue. So thank you very much. And I'd like to hand it back to Suki.
Thanks so much, Jaya.
Thank you, Jaya.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. That was quite an interesting and fascinating discussion, one which I actually wanted to have go on longer. But I just want to take the time to say that our next panel will be starting at 5 p.m. British Standard Time and British Summer Time. I'm not really sure what the BST stands for, but nonetheless, it's at 5 p.m. So we're going to be having quite a long break until then. But before we get to that, I just want to remind you, one, the hashtag is hashtag COGX2021. You can tag COGX_festival. We do want you to check out the expo because we have wonderful companies that are in there, and say thank you to our sponsors, Accenture. Oh my gosh, I can't remember right now. This is really bad, but that's okay. I'll thank them again at the end of the day. But we do want to thank Cylon, who is the sponsor and partner for this particular cyber and defense stage. But there's one thing I wanted to point out, and that is that we really have to, when we are talking about cyber and defense, also not become quite so groupthink in our thinking, because we do have a tendency to look at it from our point of view, what's deemed in the Western world. And while we do understand, and I in particular do, about the threats that come from countries and actors, state actors like Russia and like China, we have to also remember that there are other countries out there, there are non-state actors out there that are doing the really negative actions, taking the negative actions against those in the world. And technology really is the way that we can make society move forward, we can do better, we can do more good in the world. And that also comes in with climate change, because that's one of the areas that we are focused on here at Cognition X, at CogX, and the UN SDG goals. And if you're not aware of what they are, there's 17 goals that the UN has set out that really make society better. And number 13 in particular is the one for climate action. And being in technology, we know that while we are really wanting the world to move forward in that way, that technology, we suck up a lot of energy. Batteries, lithium, ions, ores, that really is a lot of natural resources, and we are contributing to the climate change. So COP26 is coming up this November in Edinburgh. And so we really want to make sure that people that work within tech very much aware of how they can take some climate action and become more aware. So do check out the UN SDG goals, the UN SDG, that's SDG goals. And that's what my little pin here is. I've been involved with that even before CogX, and so for quite a while. But I would say number 17, which is the goal for unity and for all of the partnerships for all of the goals. So I just wanted to throw that in there. I was going to throw it in at the end, but figured we have a little bit of extra time. So please very much take an interest in what you can do in your roles in technology towards some sort of climate action, because none of what we're doing in cyber defense and all the other 18 stages will happen or will matter if we don't have a planet. So there you go, right? Have a nice long break. Come back at 5 p.m. where we will be talking about, guess what? The continuation of defense, which is warfare at the speed of AI. That is going to be quite a fire burner. So come back and I'll see you again at 5 p.m. Have a nice break. Go outside, enjoy the sun if you happen to be where it is slightly sunny. Sun's coming for me a little bit now. Okay, see you back at 5. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Cyber and Defense stage here at CogX 2021. That is the hashtag. And I just want to say, first and foremost, thank you for coming back with us here this afternoon, London time, and rejoining for what is definitely going to be quite a great discussion. Unfortunately, our moderator is a little late, but that's okay because we have two wonderful panelists, which I will introduce just a second, because as we know, technology travels at the speed of light, and that affects everything that we do. And now we know that we have cyber warfare and cyber war. So it's just satisfying and quite understandable to know that warfare at the speed of AI is the title of this talk. So I might be able to handle a little bit of the moderation. No, I'm kidding. I won't, because this was the one session I was actually planning on really learning something entirely out of my sphere of knowledge. So I'm going to hand over to Sean Gourley and also to General Raymond Thomas. And is it the third? Or is it? No, it's the fourth. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that. Sorry to your younger person that you named after. But and I'm just going to say thank you very much for, having this discussion. Please, if you're in the audience and they say something that really prompts you, please go ahead and ask a question in the chat, because these two men will definitely be able to have a rip-roaring discussion. I can't wait personally. So, let's have Sean, and I'm going to say Raymond, General Raymond. Can I say General Raymond? Tony. I feel really like, ooh, but I'm going to go ahead and, pull me back out of this discussion and have you just to set it up. We know the title of the discussion is called Warfare at the Speed of AI. And we've definitely seen that the way that warfare is conducted, especially with technology being so advanced now, it is conducted in cyber, and it's even on the actual battlefield. It's not just people going out physically with their armor on, with their tanks and their weapons. It's actually now the weapons are really weaponized with technology. So that's just one aspect, but I'm just going to throw that to you and say, Sean, go ahead, you take it away.
I will, thank you, and thanks to get this running. And Tony, you're always just known to me as T2, but maybe you can give us an idea of where that nickname came from, and give the folks a little bit of a background for those that don't know you of who you are and where you've come from.
Thanks, Sean. I actually got that handle way back, probably in about the 1990 time frame, when I was working for a general officer, and he abbreviated my name, Tony Thomas, to T2, and it just stuck. Humorously, in the United States Army, in our military, as you attain general officer rank, it's usually your last initial and then the number of stars you wear. So I was T1, then T2, and people thought when I got promoted to 4-star general, which is what I retired at 2 years ago, that I was supposed to migrate. And I said, no, that had nothing to do with my rank. It was my initials that a senior officer had anointed me with, and it stuck. But background, very briefly, I just retired 2 years ago after 39 years in the U.S. military, where I culminated as the commander of United States Special Operations Command. And for those of you in the audience who are not familiar with it, our special operations, the U.S. Special Operations, it's much larger than folks imagine. It's about 80,000 strong in terms of military, civilian, and contractors, operating in 80 different countries around the world, mostly welcome in those countries, where we're trying to do good things in terms of building partner capacity. And in other places, as many of you are well aware, we are conducting active combat, whether it's in a counterterrorism role or other specific roles in some challenging situations. As I mentioned, I retired 2 years ago. And why I'm here with Sean today, in the interest of full transparency, I actually advise Sean and his company, Primer AI. And so I'm not only parochial, I'm very, very enthusiastic about this company. Why? Managing information in the context of war is an age-old problem. It has arguably only gotten more complex year on year on year, up to the point now where not only is it complex in terms of the normal attributes of warfare, but especially in the information space, which is completely confused with misinformation, disinformation, etc. And so while I was in Afghanistan a couple of years ago as a commander there, I can remember watching Tom Cruise's Minority Report every night when I was on the treadmill working out, if I was back near my headquarters. And I can remember that movie. I'm not a Tom Cruise groupie by any means, but I can remember the aspect of Minority Report where we had a dashboard that was his ability to not only see backward to see forward, but to just discern through all the information that was out there. And it actually amplified an article that was, I thought, seminal back in the 1989 timeframe by one of our more prolific U.S. general officers, where he was talking command versus control, not command and control. And his one comment in there is that commanders, and you could argue in the private sector, decision makers live in a morass of information that is equal parts champagne and swill. And the real challenge is, how do you sort through all that? And I would tell you, and Sean and I can talk in more detail, how I had my epiphany courtesy of Eric Schmidt, who challenged me about how far behind we were in leveraging AI. But I really didn't need that prod to appreciate our challenge, because at Special Operations Command, I could not hire enough analysts to sort through our most expensive resource, by the way, people. And I don't say that as in, not worth the expense, but it was ridiculous the number of human analysts we were throwing at the problem to try and stay ahead, instead of leveraging information and discerning and sorting through with AI, so we can enable our analysts to make even more unique analytic efforts or bring them to play. So long story short, I wish I had this tool that Sean and his company are providing now. And I can't overemphasize the criticality as we go forward in terms of not only war fighting, but just national security decision making. And I would offer, in the private sector, it's equally important. You have to make key decisions every day. How do you sort through all the info, geared towards the decisions you have to make? Thanks, Sean.
Thanks, and I think we've got Will is here. We got Will coming through. I've done the intro as well to Tony, so saves you that one. But it's good to see you, buddy. And I'll throw the moderation over to you, because I was doing a rather amateur job. So Will, the floor is yours.
Thank you for that. Thanks, and sorry for the technical difficulties on my end. But it's nice to see you both again. And yeah, I'm really pleased to be part of this session. I think it's in many ways one of the most interesting topics in technology at the moment. It's something I'm really fascinated by, and the more I've learned about what you both are up to, and other private sector companies, and in the public sector as well, doing around AI and defense, it's really it's really clearly going to be a massive, really dramatic shift. But it sounded like you've just given Tony it seems like I think you've got a little bit from Tony as to what his why he joined the company, what that interest was. I'm wondering if we could to take the topic warfare at the speed of AI, and maybe Sean, you can talk a little bit about what that actually means, because I think that is a really important. I'm sort of thinking about that way of describing it, and it is actually very important. And we can talk about it from work you're doing yourself, but just more generally, what it means to have machine learning, AI, these advanced kind of capabilities in the defense world, in the military sort of sphere.
Yeah, look, thanks, Will. And I think, look, the thing for me about artificial intelligence, firstly, is I think it's important to treat it as a different kind of intelligence, right? Like we sometimes get obsessed as humans do about replicating human intelligence, but I think it's important to recognize that artificial intelligence is a unique and different kind of intelligence. And in one way, it's very, very different, is the speed at which it can operate. So the human brain, with the biological constraints that we have, has a hardwired limit in terms of how fast it can think, and it's about 0.13 of a second. If you're in track and field, as Tony once was, and I was as well, you'll know that if you react quicker than 0.1 of a second, you'll be given a false start. Even if you leave after the gun is gone, if you leave within 0.1 of a second, you'll be given a false start, because you are deemed to have not been able to have reacted to the gun any quicker than that. Of course, machines don't have that speed constraint. So machines can operate faster than humans, and humans will never be able to operate beyond our biological limits. And I think that's one piece that's really important. We saw this in the financial markets, right? We saw this in the financial markets where algorithms didn't necessarily win or dominate the world of trading because they were smarter. They dominated because they were simply faster. And now they run the majority of all trades in equities across the world. And I think we're going to see a similar kind of dynamic in war. There are going to be certain elements which machines are going to come to dominate, not because they're necessarily smarter or because they've achieved human levels of cognition or cognitive processing, but just because they're faster. And that's something that we have to react to when we look at the future dynamics of conflict, is the speed at which these machines can operate is just going to be faster than what humans can operate. And if we're taking humans into that environment against machines that are quicker, it's going to be like taking a knife to a gunfight, and we're going to lose.
Yeah, well, that analogy of finance, I think, is a really apt one and very interesting one. And I'd love to get into that a little bit more, because when I've looked at how people are using AI, machine learning, especially in finance, it's quite clear that there, for all the sort of hype and for all the reasons you might think that you would want to use AI, it's actually quite limited because human intelligence when it comes to making kind of key decisions is really important. So it's used especially, as you say, for speed. But I wonder if you think that there's also going to be a sort of reticence about using AI for some important decisions where you're just going to have to. We all know that AI isn't there, right?
Right. So let's take one example. I'll kick it over to Tony for his comments on this. But look, hypersonic missiles are, I think, a very interesting example, right? So you can take in the kind of the US nuclear doctrine, which has got game theory from way back in Nash time. This dynamic. If you launch a missile at us, we will launch a missile back at you. Therefore, you probably shouldn't launch a missile at us. Right now, that whole dynamic is premised on the fact that there's time to launch a missile back. And more importantly, there's time for a human to hit the trigger and go through the processes, right? That's missiles traveling at regular missile speed. Once you get into hypersonics, and particularly if you put them onto submarines off the coast of, say, California, you may not have the time. In fact, you probably will not have the time to have a human going through that loop and creating a response. So in the dynamic, if you want to maintain first strike capabilities, which is the key of the element of game theoretic mutually assured destruction, and one of the basis of the geopolitical dynamics of the world that we're in, you probably have to give up a human putting the button on that. Now, the dynamic there seems very, very scary, right? Because we know that the elements of artificial intelligence and the issues that are there. But this is a question that we're going to be wrestling with, right? That humans cannot physically react quickly enough. And we're going to have to throw things across to AI, not just on should we have an AI with drones on a battlefield, but should we put one of the fundamental tenets of nuclear warfare in the hands of AI, or are we going to become a second strike nation?
Yeah, and I mean, I think you're right, and it's going to be. It already is a really contentious issue, right? I think if you look at it carefully, and we can bring in Tony for this, because I think that you're absolutely right. It's going to be sort of inconceivable that you won't have to remove the human from the loop sometimes for a lot of these, decisions and actions, and you do it as the most responsible way you can, right? But it's going to be sort of tricky to get, especially kind of convince the public maybe sometimes about that. But Tony, tell us what your perceptions are. You've had sort of first-hand experience of making really key decisions, right?
Yeah, Will, make sure I come back to a point that I think is worth prodding, and that's the potential that the human decision maker in the loop might be the weakest link in some of the scenarios that Sean just described. It's unfortunate that this topic, which is here and now, this is not a futuristic topic. This is really a matter of how quickly we want to adapt and integrate AI into everything, and specifically warfighting in this discussion. Unfortunately, it usually goes right to a Skynet discussion. And instead of Skynet, you know, in a sci-fi discussion, I think Sean just expertly described the practical, not theoretical, the practical aspect of this. But interestingly, and I was glad he went down this road, because I have come to try and assuage people's concern by saying, I think pursued properly and aggressively, so that you have the capability to compete in an international level, because this is absolutely a nation state competition right now. But I think if you, embrace and enable your capabilities, you may in fact affect the ultimate deterrent linked to nuclear weapons, the mutually assured destruction that Sean discussed, but where literally the futility of state-on-state warfare will be trotted out, that you can take down my satellites, you can take down my infrastructure, I will still have an AI-enabled system to come find you and do whatever to you that you try to do to me. Isn't this futile? And you know, again, I'm a military professional. I'm talking myself out of my profession essentially, but I think it is, conceivable, feasible in terms of the positive approach to, this is orientation. We talked that human in the loop, the weakness, I think is really worth delving into. And the seminal event sometime during this last year of COVID, or slightly before that, to me was the DARPA dogfight, where the Air Force, to their credit, said, bring it, come fight me, bring your AI-enabled capability. And the Air Force lost 5-0 with a guy from Top Gun. It was almost, I almost felt, sympathetic, very sorry for the pilot who was straining in a virtual machine trying to keep up with an AI drone coming at him that beat him 5 times in a row. Interestingly, the backside discussion was a recognition that AI won, but then it was chalked off to, well, they did suicidal things. The drone did suicidal things. And it was discarded at that point, when in reality that should have been the point of discussion, that the drone knows no fear. The drone knows no fatigue. The drone will do suicidal things that a human would just pull up and say, no, can't go there. And to me, it plays to what we should embrace as far as future technology, that, I don't want my sons and daughters going mano a mano in a dogfight against some machine that will have a distinct advantage. And that's just one small aspect of warfighting that I thought was seminal. But we left that a year ago, and I don't know where we've gone since then in terms of saying, wow, pick it up, get into this mode very quickly.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point. I've never heard anybody make maybe this is well known within your kind of military circles, but that taking the example of of nuclear weapons and mutually assured destruction and first movers of advantage, and thinking about that context, because that is very much sort of where we're headed, right? I think that is the kind of advantage that militaries are looking to gain, or not to sort of fall too far behind on. But one of the things I also find very fascinating about that, and maybe you've thought about this, and maybe I know this is an active area of research, and Sean can probably weigh in, is that that also then makes AI itself like part of not just part of the kind of the equation, the game theory, but part of the dynamic in terms of the adversary, what you attack, what you try to exploit. And I think it's kind of, if I was trying to sort of outsmart the enemy, I'd be thinking of ways to confuse their AI, right? To these kind of adversarial approaches. And I think that seems like that's going to be a huge factor that has to be sort of considered.
Well, I think there's 2 parts to this.
We might confuse the AI coming through. Hopefully Tony gets the internet there. But well, I think I can take that one while we get the connections back. Look, I think so much of the research into machine learning and artificial intelligence is really orientated around these sort of academic environments, right? These sort of static test environments, and can you get your F1 scores on your performance of your algorithms to kind of be the best in the world. And one of the things about that is there's no adversary. So when you're sitting there, going through this, you're not competing against anyone who's trying to actively try and find gaps or weaknesses in the AI systems that you've created. So I think as we look at this from a perspective of adversaries, in the environment, they're absolutely going to look for gaps and weaknesses. And I think we talk about battle-hardened artificial intelligence as a concept that we need to be aware of, which is when the AI that we create goes out into the environment, expect it to be attacked, expect it to be probed, expect it to be looking for weaknesses within it. Probably not by necessarily another set of humans, but probably by another artificial intelligence system.
Mm-hmm.
So it's AI versus AI, and I think where that comes in, right, is practically speaking, is like if you've got an AI system that takes 6 months to train and get very, very smart, and within 2 minutes of the battlefield, a gap is found by your opponent, you can't go back and retrain it for 6 months and say, hey, just hold on, I'll come back. So all these big models that we've been creating, if they have 6 months of retraining required before they go through, that's an issue. In the world that we're in, if you have open source training environments where the data sets that you use are collected from the internet, it's very possible that data could be poisoned with a backdoor effectively being created that your opponent knows about that you don't. So if you're sitting down here at the moment looking for an advantage, effectively putting a backdoor in and creating the equivalent of a zero-day attack on an AI system that you'll bring out in the first minutes of the battle, should it come through. So there's all these kind of dynamics of battle-hardened artificial intelligence, which haven't really been part of the academic literature or necessarily even the commercial environment, that are going to be absolutely front and center for anything on the military and defense applications of this technology.
Yeah, it's fascinating, and I've got to ask, because there is this sort of subset of people within AI, but a lot of academics and campaigners who are just against the idea of autonomy, the kind of autonomy we're talking about, removing a person from the loop, which I agree, I think is kind of impossible if you want to compete. I mean, I can't see how you can, or you want to take advantage of the technology. And I think it also, we have to recognize that there are many systems that make pretty significant decisions within that sort of chain already. But there are people who say that this, with AI, it's different. You're going to be arming, especially because it's a very accessible technology in a sense compared to, say, nuclear weapons. You're going to be arming a lot of people with this, and that is going to open a huge number of problems. What do you say to that? Is that, and how do we sort of address that, assuming that it is impossible to keep that kind of genie in the bottle?
I think it's worth, again, theoretical or practical, remembering a couple historical historical examples. One was the terrible U.S. downing of an Iranian Airbus by the USS Vincennes back several decades ago, where the decision was made based on concern ranging on fear that it was an inbound hostile threat and innocent people paid the price. Flash forward to just a year and a half ago, in the wake of the Soleimani episode, and the Iranians did the same thing. They saw something in their airspace over Tehran. Humans made that decision. That was not a machine decision. There was anxiety. There was a lack of information and coherency, and not implying that the machines and AI will be a panacea for all these things, but a machine can process faster. And it also, in the case of, let's say you were replacing the Vincennes with an unmanned platform in the Strait of Hormuz to patrol the Strait of Hormuz, an inbound threat, you can literally mull that until the very end. And worst case, your unmanned platform takes a terminal hit. It's done. It's defeated. You put another platform out there. There's not human factors involved. There's not that kind of inherent concern for it. So the human in the loop rather. I'm a big advocate for it, but at a point in certain scenarios, I think you have to acknowledge that will be your weakest link. That will be your shortcoming, and to acknowledge that our adversaries are already getting reps every day. Now, interestingly, they're primarily getting their reps, and I'm talking about Russia and China, in the information space, and they're doing it expertly. So whether it's Russia, and someone I think appropriately categorized it, Russia doesn't conduct information warfare. They conduct warfare on information. They want to disrupt information as you know it. Domestically, obviously, it's very tight and packaged, but externally, it's as random as they want it to be, so that they can thrive in that morass and that messy play field. China I mean, you got to give them chops for it between state-sponsored or GPT-3 generated, information. They are turning everything in the Western world that we generate back onto us faster than we are. Again, for as much for domestic consumption as it is for worldwide consumption, but that is the most active space that we aren't competing in right now. And you touched on it. It's a typical Western approach, and I'm not disparaging that we do, embrace our values, but sometimes to our own detriment. But there's all sorts of anxiety about embracing AI. It's actually retarding our development. We are behind in terms of onboarding, which the commercial sector, by the way, is not suffering from. The commercial sector is moving out the speed of heat and relevance to them. But in the national security environment, we are plodding along and not picking it up to the pace we need. My personal opinion, the pace we need to.
Right. No, I think a lot of people would agree with that. Well, let's talk. You mentioned, sort of disinformation campaigns, but maybe we can talk a little bit about, and Sean, you can weigh in on this, how information gathering, processing really fuses with this kind of idea of warfare, battlefield intelligence generally. Because one of the big trends we're seeing, obviously, is the ability of machines to process and to make sense of data, whether it's on a drone or on the internet, is really sort of changing things. So how is that sort of feeding into this bigger concept of warfare at the speed of AI?
Yeah, I think the first thing to kind of just to recognize with disinformation, it seems a little bit like a sideshow, right? Like it seems like the real the real stuff is in the kinetic space, and the information space is not really something that's very central. But I think it's important to kind of recognize that the best war to have is one you don't have to fight. And if you can convince people, as Russia is certainly trying to do, that they're not Ukrainian, they are in fact Russian, then maybe you don't need to kind of stage any kind of kinetic warfare. You go and take the region yourself. And so the battles for the hearts and minds, the battles for narrative, the battle for what we think and how we think is actually a really, really important part of conflict. And it may mean that things never actually get to the kinetic side because the information space has been won already. And you can certainly see dynamics of that inside of places like Hong Kong, right? Like when China decides Hong Kong is going to be a little bit closer. There was bits of this. There was certainly the pro-democracy movement unfolding. And then the US came forward and said, we're not all okay with this. And China said, well, that's a shame you think that, and it'd be really bad if the NBA wasn't being shown in China, or it'd be really bad if Hollywood wasn't happening here. And so, please stop saying that. So the dynamic on this here is as you look through this is firstly is to say that information and what you think and how you think, I think, is incredibly important. As a tool. I think the second bit there is machines are already engaged in both the generation and also the detection of these elements. And so the full information space, for corruption, detection, defense, surveillance is unfolding right today, and machines are at the heart of it. And so if we want to glimpse into kind of the world of artificial intelligence in a battle space environment, information operations and information detection, information defense is where it's at today.
And how much jump on that one because reality is the one that is so pressing right now that I will state flatly: if we don't embrace AI in that domain, you lose, and that's cybersecurity. So you've had Colonial Pipeline, you've had the meatpacking company. Just 2 days ago, it was EA Sports had a huge crypto violation. Probably took back some of their IP, etc. But my point being, you cannot keep up with the threats in cyberspace without some sort of AI enablement. I remember testifying to the Senate Armed Services Committee, and I was with the director of NSA, who's also the cybercom commander, who's dual-hatted. And he was asked what seemed like a softball question of how much of the threat do we detect on a daily basis? And not flippantly, and I think he was trying to give an accurate or somewhat accurate answer. He said, 90 to 95%. the not so subtle acknowledgement there being that 5 to 10% of the threats against the national security structure of the United States were either not discerned or not addressed going into it. So again, you can't get enough analysts to get at that problem. You need to leverage AI to enable your analysts to hope to keep pace.
Wow, that's amazing. And I mean, Sean, or both of you, how much would you say that AI is part of the kind of information war that's going on now? Especially, you mentioned China, but there's this bigger kind of, you can see this information war being played out on Twitter and with different news stories, I mean, is AI being used in that, do you think, or is it being used sort of much more widely than people think?
Yeah, look, I think there's two pieces to this. One is, there's the attack, and then there's the defense, and prior to defense, there's surveillance, right? One of the things with surveillance is, I think, aptly sort of put, if there's this concept of left of boom, trying to get, to the left of when things happen, to spot things before they become a problem. We're not even close to that at the moment with capabilities for surveillance of disinformation operations. What tends to happen at the moment is 6 months after the fact, we look back and say, hey, wow, did you know we were attacked 6 months ago? Right? It's something that happens incredibly slowly, largely because we're still very human orientated in our processing of that information. So that's one side of it. So the detection and surveillance needs to speed up massively. We can't be in a place saying, wow, did you know we were hit 6 months ago? We have to be able to get to a place which is the equivalent of the high resolution satellite imagery saying, tanks and troops are amassing at the border. We need the equivalent of that for the information landscape, where we can say, look, there is a manipulative operation being started. We need to recognize that that's happening. We're a long way away from that. The second side of this is we're now in a place on the space technologically where people opponents can use technology to generate language, to target that, to make that indistinguishable from humans, to personalize that very much to you, to A/B test that against all sorts of outcomes at effectively zero cost, to really find a message that is very, very resonant and will appeal to you and your cohort or your demographic. So this has just come online really over the last 12 months, I would say, but it's getting better and better. And one of the things we've seen, if you look at the likes of China, when you saw their first disinformation operations coming out of Hong Kong during the pro-democracy environment, it was laughably bad, right? It was laughably bad. They have got a lot better. They're in the middle at the moment of a defensive environment where they're trying to defend against the allegations of a lab leak, which is the narrative battlefield today. They've also been pushing narrative battles down here in Australia on trade elements and trade negotiations, trying to win the hearts and minds of a lot of Australian citizens to say, look, we give up on some of your core values and let China have what it wants. It's not worth the trade hit that's going to come to the country. So there are battles that are unfolding at the moment that are narrative battles that China is actively involved in. And we know that there are capabilities to generate attacks that have artificial intelligence at the center. And we also know that we've been historically very, very slow and very, very late in identifying these because it's been manual processes driving it. So this space is unfolding very quickly, and people are getting very, very proficient at this kinds of actions, and we've certainly seen that from China.
Yeah, it seems fascinating with the appearance of GPT-3. Those kind of new language capabilities.
China has its own model too. I mean, this is not something. It was on these massive scale transformer models for language. Some of the first ones came out of the US, and then 6 months later, China was there and front and center. So any kind of gains that you're making in this environment, are lasting on order of 3 months as an advantage. This is moving very, very quickly.
Right.
As I've stated, to emphasize your point, Sean, what I read, and there may actually be greater source material, but China actually started their reps in the innocuous environment of the Rio Olympics, where they were using computer-generated articles, which are relatively easy to do. So-and-so won the heat of whatever, blah, 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 blah. factual information, put it in human natural language context. Bang, article out long before any enterprising journalist could get to a keyboard and back that in. So they've been very creative about trying to have the advantage in this space among others, and we just need to pick it up.
Yeah. So we got a couple of really good questions actually from the audience here. I'm very impressed with them. One from David Wood, which is kind of something that I think is front of my mind. He was saying, does the question about whether to keep humans in the decision loop depend on the scale of potential damage from the decision being wrong or making a mistake? And I think the question really is that a very interesting and important one is like, how do you sort of gauge whether you risk having a person in the loop or not? So I don't know whoever wants to have a crack at that.
I mean, I always get back to the hypersonic missile. I mean, the scale of damage from global thermonuclear war to borrow what seems like an old phrase, but will increasingly become relevant with state-on-state conflict, is immense. And with hypersonics, you can say, well, look, there's a huge kind of consequence of this set of decisions, so we shouldn't give it to artificial intelligence. As soon as you say that, you become a second strike nation, right? As soon as you say that, what you are saying is that we will take the first strike and we will not respond until we are hit. And then we will decide with what's left of the country if we have any kind of capability of launching a nuclear counterstrike, which we probably won't at that point. So the dynamics of this, as soon as you run that sort of thought experiment, which is very practical and very real, you end up in a place where you say you can either have humans out of the loop in one of the most consequential decisions on a battlefield, which is nuclear strike, or you lose your dominance in the geopolitical landscape. You lose nuclear dominance. Neither a decision feels particularly comfortable, but the practical realities of this is we have hypersonics, we have near-peer competitors, with China. And we have a time constraint that is baked into the biological hardware of the human brain that we can't get past it. So I'm not quite sure how you run this, with the US as the top of the nuclear food chain, without rolling artificial intelligence and taking humans out of that loop. But that does not feel very comfortable, right? It feels like a terrible decision to have to make. And of course, where I think this goes is you have to get a lot better at intelligence prior to any kind of decision that's made there. By the time you get to that place where an incoming missile is detected, the game's over because, an automatic response is going to unfold. And of course, that has its own kind of Nash equilibrium, right? Which is if you launch something at me, there will be an automated response that rolls back. But you don't want to get to that place. And this is where intelligence takes more and more importance in this kind of equation. I think anytime you're looking at this, I think intelligence comes front and center of this argument. But that kind of dynamic there is like, maybe we could just use AI in the loop for small decisions. That argument just goes out the window as soon as you roll the hypersonic element of this.
So it's more about the game theory model than simply just a risk in a particular instance. Let me squeeze in one more question, which is quite good. This is from Peter Scott. Can adversaries gain asymmetrical warfare advantage by choosing combat theaters where they can use automated decision making, where Western forces are constrained by putting a human in the loop? And this is kind of exactly related to what you're saying, but in a kind of particular theater of kinetic combat, I guess.
And so Tony's going to have a great perspective on this, I think.
Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, I think unfortunately, again, the Western inclination is to separate kinetic from cyber from AI, and our adversaries don't think that way. They are melding all these capabilities together. They're getting as many reps as possible to see where it plays, where it doesn't. To Sean's point, refining. I agree. Universally decried as ham-fisted was the Chinese effort for Hong Kong. Much more sophisticated now by repetitions and revisement and improvement. So just yesterday, I read an article that, how should we respond to cyber, attacks? and you can't play it any other way. Attacks on your infrastructure, and again, our Western approach is still somewhat clumsy. That is it cyber for cyber? Might I respond kinetically for cyber to show you I'm dead serious about this? But the reality is you have to have all these tools, integrated in the tool bag and in your approach, or you will be suffering asymmetric aspects. I mean, it's fascinating. It's actually frightening that Sean expertly discussed the nuclear threat of our lifetime, 2021. Who would have thought, other than North Korea now has the capability to strike anywhere in the United States? Our intelligence failed epically until the high apogee test showed, about 2 years ago that they could reach anywhere in the United States. Putin is literally talking about non-strategic nuclear weapons, nuclear torpedoes, etc., as he does his saber rattling. So you just can't wish this one away. These are nation states who are threats to us, who have already, again, trotted out the nuclear threat again. And the decision making, which the previous question implied, it's almost a catch-22. Ooh, the nuke thing is too serious, or the consequences are too great to leave to the machine. Sean expertly answered it. If you're waiting and trying to sort through, boom, big boom, and it's not a good morning after. It's a stark reality at that point. So these are tough. These are unfortunate discussions, but very, very practical for 2021 because that's the world we live in now. Yeah. Okay. Well, I could talk about this all day. 'Cause it is really fascinating. It's only going to become more and more important, I think, and more of a topic of sort of debate and discussion. But I think we're going to have to wrap up. So I want to say thank you so much to Tony and Sean, and to everyone for watching and for those questions. That was really, really very interesting. And I look forward to continuing this discussion with everyone. Thank you. I'm going to hand back to Suki now. Thank you, Will.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Will, Sean, and General Tony. As a former U.S. Army reservist, I can't, it feels weird, a little bit weird just calling you Tony. So I was fangirling a little bit over this panel because I learned sometimes you listen to a panel and you think, I already knew about this subject. And there are little nuances that people that have the expertise that Sean and that General Tony had have actually. You learn just that bit more that puts you really into the edge of your seat where you're going, no, I really want this panel to go on longer. And that's what I really wanted. But at the same time, I understand, it is the end of the day for us here on the cyber and defense stage. And well, we're not going to be going anywhere that far because we are back tomorrow where we will be really delving into data and data privacy. We have a great panel on data poisoning, I believe it's called, attacking a ticking time bomb. And that seems really interesting. We also have Major General Tom Copinger Syme, who is going to be talking about digital transformation and the UK defense. So it's always great to get that perspective also. But there's a plethora of panels: privacy, conspiracy theories, QAnon, security, the dark web, disinformation, and radicalization. So we are focusing very much on that tomorrow. And also climate change, one of my favorite topics to talk about in regards to tech. So thank you very much to all of our speakers, our panelists, our moderators today. And we always want to say thank you to Cylon for sponsoring the Cyber and Defense stage and our main sponsors for CogX 2021, Accenture, I wrote it down again, Accenture, BT, Quantum Black, Visa, and there are also many other partners. Please do check out the expo. As I said, all of those companies in there really do need your support, and do network with your fellow attendees in the networking area of Hopin, and go ahead and rewatch some of the sessions from today because we really did learn a lot. Where are we planning and what can we do? What can we do better in the next 10 years? Well, from what we've learned today is we might need to not embrace our values quite as tightly and robustly as we do. While we have our values, we can hold on to them, but we also have to not have groupthink. we need to really be divergent on how we think about issues, because we do have sort of a Western-centric idea, and there are people that are in the world that are not in the Western environment when they are dealing with cyber, with technology, with defense. We really need to look at this in a more holistic manner. So that was probably one of my biggest key takeaways, as well as really pay attention to Gen Z and further along, because they are changing the world that we actually use cyber, that it's adopted, that it is actually developed. So pay attention to those coming in the next generations, because, well, they're developing it. They're really just going to throw out what we do right now and say, that's not good enough. So thank you so very much. I think I probably want to give you some time to, wherever you are, sleep, eat, go relax and be outside. And so very much thank you all for joining in today at our CogX 2021. Remember that hashtag on the Cyber and Defense stage. Thank you very much, and have a good morning, night, afternoon, and evening wherever you are in the world.